la ngikhona angazi ngifike kanjani kodwa enginake enhlizweni yami ngiyafisa ukuthi ngithole ukusizakala ngoba kunezinye inkinga engike ngihlangane nazo endleleni engihambayo ngase ngimbuza wayeselichaza udaba la kwathi ngiyawuthanda umndeni wami ngiyamthanda umyeni wami ikakhulukazi abantwana kodwa manje kunezimo ezingiphoqayo ezweni zokuba ngenze lokho abathi ngiyakwenza ngathi mina ufuna ngikusize ngani wathi ngicela ungibuyise nomndeni wami ngoba mangihamba emphakathini engihamba kuwona bangibeka amabala bakhuluma yonke into ngomusa kaNkuluNkulu sakwazi ukuhlangana nomndeni sahlangana nabanye abakhona endaweni nomfundisi owayekhona endaweni ngamkhumbuza ukuthi uNkulunkulu weze emhlabeni wazela umusa wethu sonke angabi khona ukuthi umuntu menza into ayenzayo bese umbeka amabala wena msizi umuntu umlekelele ngiyajabula ukuthi sikhona kule ndawo ningabantwana bakaNkuluNkulu fanele nikwazi lokho naye nimnxuse nimcele ngezikhathi zonke nizolithola usizo njenganami ngalithola usizo mina ngangishaya amagate down ngisezweni ngikwenza konke kodwa ngelinye ilanga uNkulunkulu wafika wazembula kumina ngamazi njengenkosi nomsindisi ngicela sikhuleke baba wethu oyingcwele uNkulunkulu onomsa uNkulunkulu onothando siyabonga moya namandla ngosuku lanamhlanje naba abantwana bakho moya ingcwele bekhona kule ndawo uNkulunkulu namandla nangezikhundla uNkulunkulu engcwele ababekwe kuzo uNkulunkulu namandla bekhethwe uNkulunkulu engcwele bekhethwa uNkulunkulu ingcwele nayisandla sakho moya ingcwele sisize moya namandla ukuthi baba sizoqala lo msebenzi uNkulunkulu engcwele ukuba baba sifundisane ngezinto baba ezikhona ezenzakalayo siphe Nkosi ukuhlakanipha nokuqonda konke nokwazi konke sikwazi ukuhloniphana nokulalelana nokuthobelana nokuthandana okumile njalo ingunaphakade siyabonga moya ingcwele ukuthi baba usiphe abaholi abanothando nemqondo okuba sikwazi ukuhlangana kanje ngalolu suku sisize ke sonke ke moya ingcwele kube nathi ke sisayihamba lendlela ngoKristu inkosi makabuse manje naphakade amen siyabonga ke siyabonga Nkosi Jesu odolozwa kamnandi
Siyabonga kakhulu sobethu ngokusinyusela enkosini. Ngiyafisa siqhubeka nohlelo siya acknowledging our guest sesamukelene kodwa ngiyafisa ukugcizelela ukuthi sinayo indlela esithatha ngayo izithombe kule gathering esikuyona. Ngicabanga ukuthi abantu bemedia unomusa ukhulumile nabo. Ngicela silihloniphe lelo lungelo. Sigcine siba protector odadewethu esinabo la. Angiceleke ukudlulela kwi-item yokwazisa ukuthi obani abakhona la. Ngiyafisa ukuqala ngisho ukuthi sinenhlanhla kodwa futhi sisitholile isixolisi ukuthi akazohlala nathi kuze kuphele. Sino Dunankulu wesifundazwe saKwaZulu-Natal udadewethu nomusa Dube-Ncube. In our midst we have the Speaker of the Legislature of KwaZulu-Natal, Honorable Nothemba Boys Mahubele. Siphinde sibe nosekela somlomo wesishayamthetho saKwaZulu-Natal umfowethu uThemba Mthembu nesiwemvula. siphinde sibe nosihlalo woyihlalo eSishayamthetho saKwaZulu-Natal udadewethu uhlengiwe kaMavimbela umkholo loNsundu. Also sino Councillor uZ Ngcobo, Councillor wala eMsunduzi, our host municipality. Qadi elikhulu Mapholoba. Sinamalunga eSishayamthetho akhona ahleli lapha ya. Sino Honorable TJ Gumede. Sino Honorable Unkwanyana. Sino Honorable Umutli. But ngiyafisa also ukusho ukuthi we are in a virtual platform, in a hybrid platform. Bakhona abahlonishwa abasi joine kuma virtual platform. Sino MEC umama uNonhlanhla Khoza. Sino Honorable Uhlo Dlamini. Sino Honorable Cele. Sino Honorable Cele uNondumiso. But also we have Honorable Cele Uzindle. We also have Honorable Prakash. Sivuleleke ngomkhuleko this morning by usihlalo we-Interfaith eMgungundlovu, ubaba uNtshangase. Siyabonga Reverend Ntshangase. But also we have staff esivela eSishayamthetho siholwa unobhala. Siyabonga. Nabo ama-officials ngokuhlukana kwawo, mhlambe in the interest of time singeke sisawabala wonke. Ngiyafisa ukuya exolisweni. Esokuqala sinesixoliso sika Honorable SA Duma, u-Leader of Government Business. Kunezinto ezimphuthumisile ezithinta umnyango. Ubese thumela isixoliso this morning. Sino isixoliso sika Honorable Nomagugu Simelane, MEC Health. Une health summit embambile. Sishilo ukuthi uNdunankulu kunomunye umsebenzi azowenza uma esuka la kuthina. Meqeda ukusi-addressa uzobe esebaleka ngoba kunenye commitment ekhona. Sinesixoliso sika mhlonishwa waka transport Honorable Hlomuka, and also isixoliso sika sekela hlalo woyihlalo Honorable MA Zulu, who's not well. Siyamfisela ke ukululama okusheshayo. Ngicabanga ukuthi ilezo ixoliso esinazo. Sizo acknowledge ama members esiqhubeka. Oh, lastly ngiyaxolisa sinesixoliso sika Councillor uDlamini we district. Sekhona into ethande kumbamba ngase office. She might join us as siqhubeka. Asifiseke ukucela ukwamukelwa eMsunduzi le delegation eze kulomcimbi esithi ke iSex Work Symposium. Sicela uKhansela uZ Ngcobo eze azosamukela. Mapholo.
Igama lenkosi liyoni yoyi ophephela ophephela loya usindiswa ohlezi kulo akanako akana wesa nokuba noku umbhalo. Ngiyabonga kakhulu Program Director. Ngixolise somlomo. Angazi noma eParliament kuyakuhlatshelelwe yini. Kodwa ngizama ukwendlalela emkhulekweni ngoba ngibone makuvula ngomkhuleko ukuthi kusho ukuthi kuyahlatshelelwa. Mangenza iphutha ke ngokomthetho waseParliament sengokwehlela ngenzansi. Kodwa ngiyathemba ukuthi yonke into esuke isihlanganisile kuyabiza ukuthi sidumise ngaphansi kwezimo esiphila kuzona sonke ezweni esikulona sinezigameko eziningi. So nje thobisa kakhulu ukuthi uma nginabantu ngiye kulento ethi asimncengisise umdala wensuku. Ngiyabonga kakhulu Program Director. Greetings to our honorable Premier umama uNomusa Dube. Phinde ngibingelele usomlomo umama uNontembo Boys, Deputy Speaker ubaba Umvelase ubaba uThemba Mthembu, the Chairperson of portfolio of Triple P Portfolio Committee, the Secretary of the Legislature, Ms. Naidu, HODs, Legislative Management, Delegates, Legislature and Departmental Staff, members of the media, I greet you all. There are multiple structural barriers facing sex workers and their ability to work, organize, and mobilize within their communities. These include labor rights violations, financial insecurity, institutional and interpersonal violence, criminalization and punitive laws, and stigma and discrimination. Sex workers face a number of health and human rights challenges, including a high risk of HIV infection and suboptimal care and treatment outcomes. The institutional and interpersonal violence, labor rights violation, and financial insecurity. Somlomo silishayela kakhulu ihlombe leli gxathu enithe nalithatha because sex workers khona hlangane ndawonye akwazi ukuthi azimobilize azihlanganise ba mobilize their collective powers to address structural barriers of their work. In our city, we do recognize sex workers exist, and sex work is practice and professions. What we require is a legislative and structural capacity to align their existence and work with our municipalities' bylaws in order to ensure that in the course of enforcing our bylaws, we do not impede on their work as we seek coexistence with every citizen in our city. Kuyasijabulisa ke somlomo mama ukubona nidlala leli qhaza ekuhlanganiseni lemboni ngoba siyazi ukuthi insuku zonke lapho isebenzela khona they are very much exposed to discrimination, violence and other forms of social inequality, then that's gender related. Njengoba sekunalesi sigcawu sinesiqinisekiso sokuthi zonke izingqinamba abahlangabezana nazo emsebenzini wabo asuke bezowenza nazo zizothulwa ziphinde zicutshungulwe nemithetho ebacindezelayo kubhekwe ukuthi ingahlengiswa kanjani ukuze basebenze ngokukhululeka nangokuphepha futhi nalapho bedinga khona ukwelekelelwa ngezinsiza eziqondene nomsebenzi wabo bakwazi ukuthi basizakale. Somlomo mama egameni lika baba umeya usodolobha wasemsunduzi ubaba umzimkhulu Thebola siyafisa kakhulu kunamukela ngokukhulu ukuzithoba sethemba nizophatheka kahle niphinde nihlomule kulokhu okuzobe kudingidwa ngokuthuthukiswa ukuphephiswa kanye nokwaziswa komsebenzi woza kwethu wenu nonke eneziphilisa ngawo lo msebenzi. Siyathemba ukuthi konke okuzokhulunywa la phakathi kwalendlu esikuyona esedolobheni lethu kuzophuma kunika ithemba. Sifisa ukusho ukuthi thina njengalomkhandlu waseMsunduzi siyafisa kakhulu ukuthi sinakekele siphinde sivikele lonke ilungelo lomuntu, sihloniphe umuntu nomuntu ngomsebenzi wakhe lapho ekhona njenganohulumeni wethu sikuhulumeni ongacwasi ngokwebala nangokobulili oqinisekisa kakhulu ukuhlonishwa nokwaziswa kwemisebenzi yabantu nokuhlonishwa kwamalungelo abantu. Siyabonga kakhulu Somlomo mama umhlonishwa uNdunankulu nabo bonke abangaphakathi nabosingabo bonke nabasebenzi bonke emphathi ohlelo siyabonga kakhulu. Sifisa ukusho ukuthi namukelekile ngezandla ezimhlophe ngaphansi komkhandlu waseMsunduzi. Abesilisa sebengagaxa amabhantshi abo ezitulweni bahlale ngokukhululeka. Siyabonga kakhulu, siyanithanda edolobheni laseMsunduzi. Siyabonga.
Siyabonga kakhulu Mapholoba ngokusamukela. Ngiyafisa ukusho ukuthi Somlomo, I think umgungundlovu nawo ukhiphe owawamangwevu. Siyafisa uacknowledge interfaith sector ekhona ephelezela usihlalo. Sizizwa sithobeka kakhulu kuba nani. Ngiyafisa ukusho ukuthi sino Bishop uZondi Nondaba, siyabonga. Sino Bishop uBhele lapha uMphemba, siyabonga kakhulu. Sino Pastor Mkhize P, siyabonga Ngunezi, and also Pastor Mkhize T, siyabonga Mumbo. Sino Pastor Umkhulisi Velas, sino Pastor Kunene, siyabonga Mtimande, and lastly sino Mam Bishop Ungcobo, siyabonga Qadi. Ngiyafisa also uku-acknowledge the presence of MEC Agriculture, ubaba uSuper Zuma, siyabonga Ncamalala. Ngiyacela siqhubeke neprogram bese sisitholile isixoliso se-district. Sifisa ke ukuthi sisho ukuthi ayisezoba ingxenye yeprogram, kodwa mesihlabela phambili asicele ukuphiwa i-background and purpose of this symposium. Asicele usekela Somlomo wesishayamthetho saKwaZulu-Natal ukuthi eze azosinikeza i-background. Vela ngicela ukhulume nathi.
Asibonge umphathi wohlelo. Umuntu aqale abingelele. Somlomo eshamthetho umhlonishwa noNtembeko boys uNdunankulu balesifundazwe saKwaZulu-Natal, umhlonishwa uNkosikazi Nomusa Dube-Ncube, amalungu ahloniphekile esishayamthetho esinawo lapha. Ngiyabona ukhona umsholozi kanti ukhona futhi nomama uKhoza visually engisababonile. Ngiyababingelela nalabo engakababoni. amalungu ahloniphekile esigungu esilawulayo. Chief Whip, Sutswip omkhulu. Sodolopha kamasipala wesifunda saseMgungundlovu. Omele umhlonishwa Sodolopha kamasipala waseMsunduzi. Mapholoba. Izimenywa zethu ke iqavile namhlanje. Nokungabantu abakulemboni esebenza ngezocansi. Abamele izinhlangano zomphakathi. Ngingele nomfundisi wami Ntshangase. Nobhala weshayamthetho, izinhloko zeminyango nezinhla zikahulumeni, abemithombo yezindaba, abathameleke ezinkundleni ezahlukene zezokuxhumana, bafowethu nodadewethu. Anginibingeleleke nonke. Angibongeke kakhulu ngokuthi nethamele ingqungquthela kubonisana yabasebenzi bezocansi yaminyaka yonke. We have preferred to use leli gama ukuyibiza kanje ngoba until otherwise advised. Liyahlaba. Ngingakho ke ngithi otherwise advised ukuthi ke ikuphi okunipreferayo ngoba njengoba sila sizofunda lokho ukuthi ke iziphi indlela esingalukhuzi ongabizwana ngazo. Ngisho ngesingisi. Okay. Ayikho inkinga lapho. Sizimisele ukuthi silulekwe. Sizimisele. Eyoqala ke esabanayo yayiseThekwini ngizokhumbula ngo2021. Kwase kuthe yesibili sayibambele ehholo lalapha eGrange. La eMgungundlovu ngonyaka owedlule. So ke imibuthane njengale siba nayo ngenxa yokuthi isigaba 118 somthethosisekelo waseRepublic yaseNingizimu Afrika sisiyalela ukuba sikhuthaze ukubandakanywa komphakathi hayi nje kuphela ezinhlelweni zesishayamthetho kodwa futhi nasekutholeni izixazululo ezingqinambeni ezibhekana nazo emikhakheni eyahlukahlukene. Ngenxa yalokho ke isishayamthetho sakhe izinkundla ezahlukene ukuxoxisana nemikhakha eyehlukene yomphakathi ngenhloso yokuhlonza izinkinga ebhekene nazo. Njengoba sazi ke umkhakha wesex works uthathwa njengeminye entekenteke kakhulu nebhekana nezinselelo eziningi. Ucwaningo liyakhombisa ukuthi abantu abasebenza kulomkhakha yibona baba kakhulu yizisulu zodlame olweyamene nobulili ngokuhlukunyezwa amakhasimende. Ngenxa yohlobeke lomsebenzi wesex works abantu abawenza bahlale besengozini. Kungagcini nje lapho, babuye futhi bazithole becwaseka kakhulu ukudlula noma ubani omunye umuntu waseNingizimu Afrika. Nakuba kunjalo, kuncane kakhulu okubhaliwe ngalo msebenzi ngenxa yokuthi umsebenzi we-sex work awuvumelekile kulo mthethosisekelo waseNingizimu Afrika. Ngo-2021, umbiko owenziwa yithimba eliqondene nokufundisa ama-sex workers elaziwa ngele-SWAT, babonile abanye be-SWAT la, lalinganisela ukuthi babengu 288,000 abasebenzi be-sex work eNingizimu Afrika ngaleso sikhathi. That was in 2021. Nakuba-ke umsebenzi wokudayisa nge-sex ungakabi semthethweni, kodwa okusalayo abantu bayaqhubeka nokuyithenga i-sex. So, i-sex work-ke eNingizimu Afrika akukabi semthethweni nokufaka phakathi nezinye izinto ezihambelana nalokho ezifana nokuba nendawo ethengisa ngo-sex nokuqasha abantu abazothengisa nge-sex. Konke lokhu kungena ngaphansi komthethosichibiyelo wamacala ezocansi nezindaba eziphathelene nalokho ka-2007 kanye nomthetho wamacala ezocansi ka-1957. Kodwa-ke, nakuba i-sex work kungekho emthethweni, kuyinto eyinsakavulela emadolobheni ethu. Akekho bancane kabi abantu abathi abakaze bahlangane nokubona ukuthi cha into eyenzekayo. Ngabuqamba amanga. So-ke le mboni-ke ye-sex ibhekene nezinselelo ezahlukene ezifana nokushushumbiswa kwabantu, ingcuphe yokutheleleka kwesandulela ngculazi kanye nezinye izifo zocansi, ukuthengisa ngomzimba wezingane nezinye izigameko zokuhlukunyezwa ngokwamalungelo esintu okwenziwa kule mboni. Abantu abaningi-ke abakulo msebenzi ngenxa yezimo ezingaphezu kwamandla abo ezifana nobubha, ukukhulela emakhaya ezintandane noma emakhaya ezingane emva kokuhlukaniswa nabazali babo ngezathu ezihlukene. Kwesinye isikhathi kungenxa yokuhlukumezeka okunhlobonhlobo abazithola bebhekene nabo. Ukusetshenziswa kwegama, bona-ke lamagama asetshenziswayo emphakathini engizowasho ukuze sibazi ukuthi aniwathandi. Ukuthi lamayengandoda noma labaqwayisi akwehle kahle kule mboni. Fanele nje umphakathi ukwazi lokho. Ngenxa yokuthi-ke abantu abakuye sebencamela ukubizwa ngama-sex workers. Kube umqansa ke kwasinda kwenyukela ezinhlangweni zezishoshovu ebezizama zilwela ukuthi umsebenzi we-sex works ube semthethweni. There are activists kulemboni abalwela mihla namalanga legalizwa ukuthi kube semthethweni kwalomsebenzi we-sex works. So ngozibandlela ka-2022 umnyango wezobulungiswa nokuthuthukiswa komthethosisekelo wavulela ukuphawula kwabantu ngomthethosivivinyo ochibiyela umthetho wamacala ocansi nokuphathelene nakho. Manje sekuseleke esishayamthetho sikazwelonke eKapa ukuba sithathe isinqumo ngokweseka ukuphasiswa komsebenzi okuthengisa umzimba njengoba ukuphawula kwavalwa ngoMasingana ka-2023. Ngakho-ke bafowethu nodadewethu ngethemba ukuthi-ke iningi lenu noma nonke nazinika-ke izikhathi nokuthumela ukuphawula kwenu ngalolu daba. Uma kwenzeka-ke ukuthi lo mthetho uyaphasiswa, uzokwenza kube semthethweni ukuthi kube khona into ekuthiwa i-sex work. Lokho kusho ukuthi uhwebo lwezocansi luzoba umsebenzi osemthethweni bese kuthi nabasebenzi abakule mboni ye-sex bathole ukuvikeleka ngaphansi kwemithetho yabasebenzi yezwe. Sibamba-ke le ngqungquthela bonisana yabasebenzi kweze-sex ngaphansi kwengqikithi ethi asingashiyi muntu ngemuva. Leave no one behind. Le ngqikithi ihlaba ikhwelo kuwo wonke umuntu, hayi nje ukuthi afinyelele kulabo abasengcupheni kodwa futhi ukulwisana nokubandlulula nokungalingani sikuqede emnyombeni wakho. Into eyenza abantu abaningi basilele ngaphandle ukubandlulula okungapheziyo okuhlala njalo kubalandela noma phi lapho beyakhona. Kuyaphoqa-ke ukuthi sigxile kuzona zonke izinhlobo zokubandlululwa nokungalingani ezinqinda amandla abantu ukusebenzisa amalungelo athile. Imiqondo eminingi abantu bakithi ababhekana nayo efana nokungafinyeleli ezinsizeni nokuzinsiza sidingo nasemathubeni alinganayo akuzona izinto ezizenzakalelayo nje ngengozi ezizenzalekayo nje ngengozi okukanye ngenxa yokungabi khona kwezinsiza sidingo. Kunalokhu kungumphumela wemithetho, izinqubo mgomo nezinkambiso zomphakathi ezibandlululayo nokwenza amaqoqo athize abantu agcine sesilele kakhulu ngemumva. Imboni-ke yomsebenzi we-sex ingenye yalezo ezishaywe indiva kakhulu eNingizimu Afrika. Abantu abakule mboni basengcupheni yokuhlukunyezwa, yokuba izisulu zodlame, ukugula ngezifo ezithathelanayo ngezocansi. Ngenxa yokuthi umsebenzi wokuthengisa nge-sex awukho emthethweni ngokwemithetho yaseNingizimu Afrika, abantu abenza lo msebenzi kuncane kokunye futhi akukho ukuvikelwa umthetho umthetho abakutholayo ngenxa yokuthi bathatha njengezaphulamthetho. Imithetho yethu yezwe nokushaya kwabo indiva kwenza ukuthi babe sengcupheni enkulu yokuhlukunyezwa ngamakhasimende nabanikazi bezindawo zokuthengisa ngesex. Esikhathini esiningi futhi babuye bahlukunyezwe nangamaphoyisa noma babe yizisulu zobugebengu ngenxa yokusebenza ngaphansi kwezimo ezinobungozi ngoba bebalekela ukubonwa umphakathi. Abesifazane abaningi-ke nabesilisa kanye nabobulili kuphambene akwenza njengokumsebenzi ukuthengisa ngesex, kanti abanye baziphilisa ngakho ngesizathu sokuthi awamaningi amathuba omsebenzi akhona navuleleke kubona. Ngokusingatha-ke le ngqungquthela kubonisana yabasebenzi besex, isishayamthetho saKwaZulu-Natal sihlose ukuqinisa inqubo yentando yeningi abandakanya abantu ngokuthi sixoxisane nani ngqo ngezinto ezinithintayo ngenhloso yokuthola izimvo nemibono yenu ngezinqubomgomo zikahulumeni. Ukubamba kwenu iqhaza kuzosisiza-ke ekuqhamukeni namacebo namasu azoba nefuzela ekuphasisweni ngezinqubomgomo nasekuthathweni kwezinqumo. Already senikwazile nje ukuthi hayi avote ukusho kanje. Angithi futhi kufanele sikuhloniphe lokho. Le ngqungquthela kubonisana igxile kakhulu ezinselelweni ezibhekene nalemboni. Amaphuzu aphakanyiswe emhlanganweni wethu oqala esawubamba ngoLwezi ka-2019 azofakwa nawo ezingxoxweni ukuze sibuke indima esesiyikhathulile kuze kube manje. Namuhla-ke sizothola izethulo ezivela emnyangweni wezempilo, kwezokuphepha komphakathi nokuxhumana, owezokuthuthukiswa komphakathi, ikhomishana yamalungelo esintu kanye nekhomishana yokulingana ngokobulili. Izingxoxo-ke esizoba nazo kule ngqungquthela kubonisana zizoba ingxenye yombiko wekomidi elimile liqondene nobandakanywa komphakathi nama-petition. Lo mbiko-ke uzosatshalaliswa emakomidini ahlukene ukuze azokwazi ukuqapha ukusukumela kwawo iminyango ikwazi ukubheka amaphuzu aphakanyisiwe. Abethamela bukhoma kubandakanya nalabo abathamela ngobuxhakaxhaka kwezokuxhumana bazothola ithuba lokubuza imibuzo kulabo abazokwenza izethulo ukuze siwenze lo mbuthano ube ngowabantu ngokweqiniso. So bafowethu nodadewethu-ke ngalawo mazwi nginifisela konke okuhle ezingxoxweni zenu, nokuthi-ke ukuhlonipheka nani enikudingayo nekudizevayo nikuthole njengawo wonke umuntu. Angibonge kakhulu.
Siyabonga. Siyabonga Sekela Somlomo. Kodwa khona truth be told, uma kukhulunywa ngesector egcina isikhathi ne-organized ile. Cela nishaye lihlombe ithanda zami. Ngiyafisa esiqhubeka u-acknowledge ukuthi sesijoyinwe umlungu wethu omkhulu nathi, the Chief Whip of the Legislature, umhlonishwa J.S. Nxumalo Zwide Kalanga. Also allow me to acknowledge colleagues that have connected virtually. Honorable CQ Madlopa, Slalo Waga Premier, and also Honorable Dube, Uslalo Waga Transport. Ngiyafisa ke esiqhubekela phambili. Sifisa ukucela umhlali wokuqala esifundazweni saKwaZulu-Natal, the Honorable Premier, ukuthi azokhuluma nathi. Honorable Nomusa Dube Ncube. Nzwakele.
Siyabonga. Siyabonga, Mhla. Thank you. Siyabonga kakhulu Phathi wohlelo, Honorable RZP Zulu. I wish to acknowledge my Speaker of the Legislature, Ms. N. Boyce, the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Artim Tembu, the Chair of Chairs, Honorable H.G. Mavimbela, honorable members of the Executive Council, my colleagues that are here, MEC of Agriculture and Rural Development, Honorable Nxamalala, my Chief Whip, who's here, Mkachwa. I wish to acknowledge you and the whole whippery. Acknowledge ukhona member of the executive yalapha komasipala nosivulele ngomyalezo muhle kakhulu Councillor uDlamini. Acknowledge mfundisi okhona phakathi kwethu, umfundisi Ntshangase namanye abafundisi abakhona abaholi bakalizwi. Sibingelela ngokukhethekile osingaye abalapha namhlanje. Sibingelele ama-representatives from the Human Rights Commission, from the Gender Equality Commission, and all the representatives from the sector, including the LGBTQI+ community, ladies and gentlemen, members of the media, and all honorable members of the legislature, and those that are joining from the virtual platform, nomphakathi wonke. Kuyintokozo kakhulu mphathi sihlalo ukuthi sibe la namhlanje sizoreporta ngombiko owadingidwa ngonyaka odlulile kuJuly 2022 at the Olive Convention Center, where our provincial government participated to the symposium. We reflect on the gathering, which was held under the theme, Sex Workers' Rights are Human Rights. And appropriately, as we celebrate the Workers' Month, which is highlighted by the International Workers' Day that was held on the 1st of May, kuyabonakala ukuthi ucwaningo olwenzakalile in South Africa, ucwaningo olwenzeke ko-Cambodia, ucwaningo olwenzeke ko-China, Tanzania, United States, by Human Rights Watch, iyakusho ukuthi criminalizing adults, voluntary and consensual sex is incompatible with the human rights to personal autonomy and privacy yawo wonke umuntu. In short, a government should not be telling abantu abadala abaphila impilo yabo ukuthi fanele bayiphile kanjani, or who they have sexual relations with, and what terms do they do that in. Honorable Chairperson, in such an environment, as sex workers are subjected to rape, to assault, to murders, as they are stigmatized further and being undermined of their ability to seek justice against crimes, against themselves, but also for the broader society, nomphakathi uwonkana. The sex work in South Africa, for example, they say that they do not report armed robbery. Uma ngabe khona armed robbery eyenzakalayo, abaripoti ama-rape emaphoyiseni ngoba besaba ukuthi bazoboshwa, ngoba futhi besaba ukuthi kuzoba khona ukustigmatizwa nokuridiculwa ngoba befuna ijustice ngeimpilo zabo. United Nations AIDS and other public health experts, they find that this has been a negative effect eyenzeka on the sex work rights to health, and as a result, the sex workers are excluded from the human rights, and the Human Rights Watch conclude that sex workers' rights to health and to other negative effects must also be looked after. Honorable Chairperson, one of the critical answers ezibuziwe on the issues facing faith workers lies in the fixing of imithetho yethu, which historically iyahlukumeza noma iyacwasa against the sex work. Njengoba sikhumbula sonke ukuthi ngomhla ka-30 kuNovember 2022, our National Cabinet approved the publishing of the Sexual Offences and Related Amendment Act, or Bill of 2022, which deals with the decriminalization of sex work. Public comments closed on the 31st of July this year. Amongst the consideration ebezikhona kulo mthetho ochibiyelwayo is the implementation of the recommendation from the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, calling for finalization of imithetho and processes of decriminalizing sex work and fast-tracking the promulgation of these amendments in our laws kwizwe lethu. Uma ngabe uMinister of Justice and Correctional Services umhlonishwa uRomat Lemula eqhubeka ngokuthi umthetho wokuthi the sex work ingakwazi ukuthi ibe legislated, lokho kugcina sekwenza ukuthi the sex workers are harassed and they are bullied, and it contributes to gender-based violence and femicide. So it leaves sex workers unprotected ukungabi khona kwemthetho, and bangakwazi ukuthi ba-exercise amalungelo wabo njengabahlali balapha eNingizimu Afrika abagcina sebehlukumezwa, sebenukubezwa, not least when they approach even iminyango kahulumeni ehlukahlukene for usizo. The National Prosecuting Authority has also indicated a very low percentage of cases that are reported for prosecutions because of the transgression. And lokhu kubonakala kunzima noma kubuhlungu ekufanele ukuthi sigweme ukuthi kube khona abantu noma umphakathi wakithi onamalungelo njengawo wonke umuntu kodwa ogcina esesele ngemuva. Njengohulumeni walapha KwaZulu-Natal siyakusapota kakhulu ukuthi imithetho ibe khona so that kuzo improveka no access to health care and reproductive rights and lead to compliance with the labor rights and the legislation. We're looking forward to the processing of Lomteto once it's been referred to the legislatures for it to be passed in the National Council of Provinces and in the National Assembly. His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa has also been able to look at this law, and we know ukuthi a copy of the bill is available on the website of the Department of Justice. And bonke abantu kufanele sibagqugquzele ukuthi bawubuke lo mthetho osushayiwe ngokuthi ube laphaya ezinkundleni zemnyango waka-Justice lapho utholakala khona ku-www.justice.gov.za okuwukuthi njengoba sizi-members zesishayamthethwa futhi singabasebenzi bomphakathi nathi kufanele sisebenze ngemithetho yalapha eNingizimu Afrika okuyiyona ekhuluma ngokuthi akufanele kube khona ingxenye yabantu bakithi abacwaswayo noma abahlukumezwayo. Honorable Chairperson, we are here to table the provincial government's response to issues raised with Symposium that was held in Durban last year. Olokuqala udaba olarezwa are the challenges that were raised that the sex workers engage with clients who do not understand the transactions involved. And a resolution was adopted that for education campaigns and sensitization workshops on human rights, literacy, and the formalization of the sex work must be promulgated. Impendulo esiza nazo namhlanje with regard to le resolution eyathathwa ile shamthetho sex works last year is that the sensitization workshops were held with sex workers on human rights literacy and formalization of the sex work were conducted. Kusho ukuthi lama literacy and human rights literacy workshops ayenzekile ngokusho kwe-resolution eyayithathe la ngonyaka odlule. Enye resolution implementiwe ile esathi kufanele kwenziwe ama-skills audit. Njengamanje ke a skills audit amongst the sex workers was also conducted for exit purposes and self-improvement to enable entry into other sectors of the work should our community decide that they want to exit this work and join other work sectors. This also included AMA workshop, ayenziwa nama campaigns enziwa by the Department of Health, ayenziwa kwaDukuza in promoting health and dignity for sex workers and diversity training eyenzeka futhi with the South African Police Service khona ngonyaka odlulile. Amanye ama-workshop enzeka na ama-awareness campaign and workshops on alcohol and substance abuse were also carried out. Lama workshop enzeka eThekwini, eMgungundlovu, eKingcetshwayo naseLembe. Okwama workshop aye addressa udaba olalurezwe kwi-resolution yokuhlala kwalesigungu ngonyaka odlule. Olunye udaba olarezwa kuma-resolution was an issue that was raised to address segregation of services ey'bhedlela zethu noma kuma-health care facilities in order to promote confidentiality and stop the violation of all privacy and dignity. The symposium also resolved to call on all health workers, especially amanesi, ukuthi bayeke umqondo wokuthi bakhulume ngezifo zabantu nanokuthi babeke abantu ngokubacwasa uma ngabe befika ezibhedlela nasemaklinikhi wethu. I-resolution yaphinde yakubeka ukuthi kufanele ukuthi ama-healthcare workers a-adopte i-culture yokuthi ba-treat all patients with dignity and respect regardless of race, gender identity, sexual orientation, or their occupation. Impendulo or umsebenzi osuwenzekile ke ukuphendula kule resolution yangonyaka odlule is that siyajabula ukuthi sireporte ukuthi kube khona ama-training abe khona njenge 3 Train the Trainer workshop eyenzeka in all the 11 districts for healthcare workers on sensitizing them on addressing the prevailing negative staff attitude to our workers. So lama workshop enzeka kuwona wonke ama-districts awu-11 ayebhekiswe kubasebenzi basemaklinikhi nasey'bhedlela. I-Department of Health iphinde yabeka amabhokisi kanye ne-system ekuzokwazi ukuthi umphakathi ureporte uma ngabe kukhona izinto ezingenzeki kahle noma kukhona ukucwaswa kwabantu bakithi abathile. The Health Department has also worked with regard to contracted 36 peer educators abasebenza ukuthi ba-enhance the uptake and the adherence to pre-exposure prophylaxis and antiretrovirus therapy. Also, the other work that was done was the work on engaging sex workers who do not want to work with people they are not familiar with. Also providing the pre and post HIV counseling and refer for HIV testing and treatment initiation to those abadinga lolo sizwe. The Department of Health also provide initial and ongoing adherence classes to all the clients aba-tested positive and trace amanye ama-clients angakwazanga mhlawumbe ukulanda amaphilisi wabo bakwazi ukuthi basizakale lokhu bakwenze ngesikhathi sabo futhi bangacwaswa noma bangabukwa njengabantu abasebenza emkhakheni ongamukelekile kodwa nabo bebe bengabantu balapha eNingizimu Afrika. In addition, the Department of Health has followed up with the comprehensive healthcare services that are currently being provided to our sex workers as well. And this include the non-communicable diseases such as diabetes, hypertension, including mental health screening, testing, and treatment. The department also set up the HIV sexually transmitted infections and TB screening and testing, as well as treatment. Also, the cardiovascular diseases management has been set up, the cancer screening, as well as the vulnerable profiling, the work that is being done by Umnyango wezempilo. In order to prevent discrimination under the government departments, Imnyango yonke yakahulumeni is undertaking to ensure that health care services are provided according to streams such as acute, chronic, maternal, and child services. Enye yama-resolution eyayithathiwe ngonyaka odlule, i-resolution eyayithi the symposium noted that numerous cases where sex workers are discriminated against, arbitrarily arrested, and abused by the SAPS members, and the symposium resolved that members of the SAPS be held accountable for all misconduct and ukuhlukumeza abakwenzayo kuma-sex workers. Impendulo esibuya nayo namhlanje kuleya resolution ithi during August 2022, the SAPS, in conjunction with the TB and HIV Care Organization and the Department of Health, conducted workshops at the Golden Horse in Pietermaritzburg, where all sex workers' concerns were tabled and addressed kuleya workshop eyayilapha ngo-August at Golden Horse. The police officers were also workshopped about the pre-exposure prophylaxis and post-exposure prophylaxis, and as well as the vulnerable groups, the hate crime bill, ngoba ikhona le bill nayo futhi kwaphinde kwaqashisa ngayo amaphoyisa ukuthi kukhona i-hate crime bill ka-2000 edinga ukuthi uma ngabe kunama-complaints ahlangene nalawa amaphoyisa akwazi ukuthi a-acte against those that are perpetrating those hate crimes. The provincial SAPS Men for Change and Women Network members held imbizo against GBVF at the Estuary Hotel in Port Edward from umhlaka 22 to 24 of February 2023, where lama matters ekukhulunywa ngawo kanye nemithetho eshayiwe kwakhulunywa ngayo kule workshop eyayi-organizwe yi-SAPS kanye ne-Women Network as imbizo. Enye imbizo eya-attendwa mainly by abantu besilisa in all 11 districts of KwaZulu-Natal and Utingo LGBTIQI+, expect that conducted the workshop on issues of vulnerable groups that are affected by the hate and discrimination. Lama workshop nawo enzeka working with Utingo kuzona zonke indawo kuwona wonke ama-district. I-SAPS yakuvuma ukuthi kuyenzeka ukuthi amanye amaphoyisa angazi ngale migomo, ngakho-ke kufanele ukuthi kube namanye ama-key population groups including ama-sex work akwazi ukuthi nabo asebenze nemphakathi ukuze umphakathi wethu uvuleke amehlo uphinde futhi uqwashiseke ngokusebenza kwe-sex work kanye nanokubaluleka kokuthi abantu bakithi bonke batrithwe ngendlela efanayo. Ama-workshop enzeka-ke futhi nawo eThekwini nalapha eMgungundlovu, where the eye-openers were very useful for amaphoyisa wakithi kanye ne-sex workers ebabehlangene kuleya workshop. Honorable Chairperson, the symposium also noted that people engaging in sex work are called by amagama amabi noma amagama athile, which impacts kakhulu okuba affectayo ngokwengqondo, ngokomzimba, kodwa futhi lokhu kunyathela amalungelo abo alapha kwi-constitution yalapha eNingizimu Afrika. I-symposium ya-resolve ukuthi i-legislature through its public education program embarks on targeted campaigns to educate the public about the sex work and industry with the purpose of destigmatizing the industry so that amalungelo ama-sex workers are protected and are maintained by all people, as well as bakwazi uku-understanda umsebenzi owenziwayo. Kwakuyi-resolution ke le. I-response yethu kule resolution is that ngomhlaka 30 kuNovember 2022, i-Cabinet approved the publishing of the criminal law, which is the Sexual Offences and Related Matters Amendment Bill ka-2022 regarding the decriminalization of sex work for public comments. kusho ukuthi this bill is yet to be referred to this legislature yethu yaKwaZulu-Natal ngoba njengamanje ibill isikhona isishayiwe yapublishwa okuwukuthi siyakholwa kakhulu ukuthi uma ngabe isifike la kuthina kwe-legislature kuzoba khona ama-public hearings lapho imiphakathi iyotshelwa ngokuthi le bill ikhuluma ngani bese sikwazi futhi nathi kube khona izinto esizifakayo ezizogcina sezisiza imiphakathi yakithi ekulomkhakha ukuthi ingahlukumezwa futhi ingasali ngemuva uma kufanele kube khona okungamalungelo wabo okunikezwa bona njengabasebenzi. Once the bill is passed, we have no doubt, honorable members, zalesigungu esihleli namhlanje ukuthi the bulk of that work that we need the protection and installation of the necessary human rights and dignity for sex work in our country and also lapha KwaZulu-Natal. Siyakholwa ke ukuthi njengoba sihleli lapha namhlanje sizoqhubeka ukuthi le bill ekhona njengamanje ebizwa ngokuthi i-Criminal Law, Sexual Offences and Related Matters Amendment Bill of 2022 sizokwazi ukuthi sonke sithamele izigungu ezizoba khona ezizosichazela kabanzi ukuthi kuyicala elibovu noma kuyicala ekufanele lijeziswe uma ngabe kukhona umuntu ohlukumeza abantu abasebenza kulomkhakha we-sex work lapha KwaZulu-Natal noma lapha eNingizimu Afrika. Sizimisele ke somlomo neParlamente lakho ukuthi siqhubeke nokusebenzisana nemiphakathi yakithi njengoba isho itheme yalamhlanje ukuthi kufanele kungabi khona umuntu osala ngemuva uma ngabe siqhubeka namalungelo abantu bakithi balapha eNingizimu Afrika kodwa kakhulukazi abantu bakithi balapha KwaZulu-Natal. Siyafisa ukuzibongela sihlalo ukuthi sibe ingxenye yale ndibano ebaluleke kangaka nanokuthi ezoqhubeka ifundise umphakathi wethu ukuthi sonke sizidalwa zikaNkulunkulu futhi sonke sidalwe ukuthi kufanele amalungelo wethu ahlonishwe ngendlela okuhlonishwa ngayo bonke abantu balapha eNingizimu Afrika. Siyabonga sihlalo.
Thanks. Siyabonga kakhulu. Sibonga Ndunankulu nokuthi in your busy schedule usihloniphe uze kule program. Siyathobeka kakhulu ku. Siyafisa sisaqhubekela phambili ngishilo ukuthi I will keep on acknowledging ama members in our virtual platform. Sino hlonishwa udadewethu Phumzile Mbatha Cele. Siyabingelela Ntshangase, but also we have Honorable Mabatho Tembe Okangolanyama. Siyabonga ukuthi you are with us. Siyafisa also acknowledge sesijoyinwe abahlonishwa. Sinomhlonishwa uNonzwakazi Swartboy Ntombela. Sinomhlonishwa Mntwana uPhumzile Buthelezi. Sijoyinwe umhlonishwa uMankosi Thobisile. Siyabonga. Also ngibona umhlonishwa Magalela Gasi. Ngiyacela siqhubeke neprogram. Ngiyafisa ukusho ukuthi uDepartment of Justice sitholile isixoliso. Ngifisa siye ka social development Social programs targeting sex workers. Ngicela eze ngaphambili dadewethu Ntokozo. Another version of Ntokozo Nala, ne? I was not appraised of the changes, ma'am. May I request that you just introduce yourself? My apologies.
Thank you. A very good morning to all. My name is Mrs. Renita Veerasamy. I'm from the Department of Social Development. My presentation today is actually going to be focusing on the programs, the department programs that target sex workers. The Department of Social Development has a mandate to contribute towards prevention of new HIV, TB, and STI sexually transmitted infections in terms of the National Strategic Plan 2023-2028. Sex workers are key populations in the National Strategic Plan. The attitudes and perceptions of the general community on sex work tend to be a barrier for sex workers to access services. The department is in the process of sensitizing officials who are not familiar with the plight of sex workers and would otherwise perpetuate stereotypes against the key population. The orientation and sensitization of officials is imperative for inclusion of sex workers within provincial Department of Social Development interventions. This would ultimately create an enabling environment where access of services by sex workers is maximized. Sex workers are human beings and members of the community within families. They are sisters or brothers, daughters or sons, and parents in their own families, and they have equal right to access to all departmental services and programs. The vision of the department is to enhance quality of life through integrated systems of social development services. The mission of the department is committed to the promotion of developmental social welfare services and community development to people of KwaZulu-Natal in partnership with stakeholders. The department's interventions include the following: collaborating with relevant organizations to change mindsets and stigmas attached to sex work, increasing sex workers' access to DSD's basket of services, educating sex workers through peer education and dialoguing on HIV prevention, care and support, human rights and responsibilities, gender equality and gender-based violence. Rendering programs with communities to support and protect vulnerable children so as not to enter the industry at an early age. Rendering programs within communities to increase coverage of HIV prevention, care and support services for those that might not self-identify as sex workers. Addressing the role of the family to enhance communication, which would deter children from entering the sex industry. Involving traditional leaders and men to actively address protection of women and children. Exploring future livelihood opportunities with those who might be willing to leave the industry or abuse of substances, especially children working on the streets. Example, assess level of education and skills and referrals to departments offering bursaries. In terms of the parenting programs, these are the programs that the department actually offers. Renders parenting programs aimed at fathers, mothers, and other caregivers. The aim of this program is to increase parents' confidence and caregiving skills that promote communication between couples and their children within families. Furthermore, to help parents with positive communication and to overcome their fears and discomfort in discussing sex and sexuality with their adolescents. Some of these programs include the following: Let's Talk Parenting Program, the Sinovuyo Parenting Program, Families Matter Parenting Program, and the Men Care Program. In terms of substance abuse prevention and rehabilitation, the department also has programs such as Kimoja, the Wake Up Call, and Guiding the Recovery of Women. These programs render therapeutic counseling and support services to individuals. Sex workers will also be assessed for admission to rehabilitation programs, the provision of inpatient and outpatient treatment centers services to individuals dependent on substances. The province has 3 state rehabilitation centers, 5 funded inpatient treatment centers, and 12 registered private treatment centers and private halfway houses for individuals addicted to substances. There are also 8 temporary safe care centers and 64 child and youth care centers for children who have been abused, neglected, and exploited, where specialized services are rendered for recovery and healing of children. We also have the Social Relief of Distress program, where the department is mandated to provide care and support to needy families through the provision of social relief of distress in order to address food insecurity in line with the South African Constitution, Section 27, which states that every person has a right to have access to health care services, food, water, and social security. Section 27 of the Constitution also makes provision for the department to provide social relief of distress. Social relief of distress is an immediate response to a crisis situation in respect of an individual, a family, or a community. It is an alleviation of the immediate needs of person by means of temporary rendering of material or non-material assistance. Social relief can be in the form of groceries, food parcels, and school uniforms. The Victim Empowerment Program, as a department, we have 12 district trauma response teams who are first responders to emergencies and traumatic incidents, who provide prompt response to individuals, groups, families, and communities who are involved in or directly affected by incidents that are of a traumatic or emergency in nature. Though these responses are primarily to address the emotional and psychological needs of those involved. In April 2019, the department also launched a departmental call center, which is managed by qualified social workers. And the aim of the center is to provide professional counseling and support to victims. The call center is operational on 087-158-3000, however, only during the day as its functionality is being reviewed. Besides the provincial call center, we also have the national gender-based call center that is operational 24 hours on the number 0800 428 428, and a Please Call Me facility on that number, and a Skype line and an SMS-based line as well. And for people with disabilities to also access the services. The Gender-Based Violence Call Center is operational 24 hours, and it's manned by social workers who will actually render a telephonic counseling as well. Then, as the Victim Empowerment Program, we also have shelters for the safe space for women and men, where they may remain between 1 day and up to 6 months, where they can receive therapeutic healing processes, and receive psychosocial support services from a professional social work. And the following services are actually rendered: referral to other helping resources, skills development and income generation, family reunification, support groups, spirituality, HIV/AIDS counseling and promotion of a healthy lifestyle, and rehabilitation of victims of gender-based violence. The next slide will actually show you that's the breakdown of the number of shelters that we have. In eThekwini North, there are 5. eThekwini South, there's 3. Ilembe, there's 2. Umgungundlovu, there's 2. Ugu, there's 2. Harigwala has 2. Amajuba, Utugela, Umziniyati, and Umkanyugu, they have 1 each. And that other column reflects the capacity that they can take. We also have the White Door Centers of Hope, which operates as a localized reception and assessment referral site, and it is located in communities. It functions as a short-term safe space that victims can access if they need to wait for professional services, including the police. The services offered here are a safe, secure environment, basic emotional containment, referral to the closest professional victim service site, basic care items such as blanket, refreshment, and clothing. The next slide actually reflects the breakdown of the number of White Door sites that we have in the province, which is 29. With the increase in gender-based violence, the department also expanded the gender-based violence program through funding of Lifeline, where social workers are now employed at 104 South African Police Service centers, 8 Tutuzela care centers, and 14 crisis care centers to assist victims with psychosocial support services, including information on application for protection orders and admission to shelters. The organization also empowers victims with skills such as sewing, baking, hair, and beauty. They also conduct prevention and awareness campaigns on gender-based violence. The socio-economic empowerment programs and projects by DSD involves the intensified socio-economic participation of women aimed at addressing poverty, unemployment, and inequalities. These are in identified municipalities through the implementing of high-impact projects through resuscitation of flagship projects for sustainable livelihood, skills development such as sewing, arts and crafts, crop market farming, and bakeries. Legal rights awareness workshops targeting women, women dialogue and advocacy campaigns, awareness workshops on gender-based violence, advocacy programs on women's health and sexual reproductive rights, and parenting skills programs. It includes the guiding recovery of women programs at rehabilitation centers, awareness programs on teenage pregnancy, residential facilities, care and support services for older women, women who are in shelters for victims of violence. In response to Pillar 5 of the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, the department also has signed an MOU with ETIA, with Department of Economic Development, that seeks to prioritize empowerment of victims of gender-based violence and femicide and vulnerable women through economic and social skills such as baking, community catering, and sewing. The department has also entered into an MOU with CEDA to provide a 3-phase technical skills training for 300 vulnerable women across the province. These women will be awarded with starter pack and certificates. Under our program 5, we also have community nutrition and development centers, which are aimed at provision of nutritious, balanced meals to vulnerable communities that live below the poverty line. The program further provides communities with an opportunity to learn about socioeconomic empowerment skills and programs. The CNDC are run by women-led NPOs within communities. What is offered there includes community mobilization to build a safe and sustainable community through the creation of strong community networks, community-based research and planning, community-led programming to facilitate interventions for community development services and programs, poverty alleviation, provision of food to vulnerable individuals and households in the community nutrition and development centers. The progress with the Department on engagement with sex workers. The Deputy Minister for Social Development had an engagement with sex workers on the 13th of June last year at Amajuba District with the aim of empowering sex workers on the issues of decriminalization, and 50 sex workers were in attendance. Sex workers were linked with economic development for the establishment of cooperatives and poultry farming. The Department of Social Development is continuing to provide psychosocial support and social relief of distress. The department, together with Amajuba District Municipality, had an engagement with sex workers on the 24th of January this year, and 26 workers were reached. The Department of Social Development is aiming at achieving the following: reorientation and sensitization of social service professionals to create an enabling environment for sex workers to access services, collaboration with organizations serving sex workers, non-removal of children from their mothers because of being sex workers, skills development for sex workers, establishment of safe spaces through support groups for sex workers, social and emotional well-being, family integration services, and adherence to treatment. Peer education and outreach, sexual health screening and risk reduction counseling, supporting Department of Health in the promotion, demonstration, and distribution of condoms and lubricants, screening and treatment for drug and alcohol abuse, sex worker community dialogues on gender-based violence, substance abuse, and financial management. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Ngicabanga ukuthi silekelelekile sixolise noma izinto zokusilekelela ifike eseqalile. Siyaxolisa kakhulu. Besini ukuthi ke kuzobe kungowakithi, kodwa ke hayi ngizwile singafuni ukubizwa ngaleli gama lesintu ukuthi hayi. No, on a later note, ngiyafisa ukuthi siqhubeke samukele sesijoyinwe usihlalo ka Community Safety Portfolio Committee umnumzane noma umhlonishwa uChilizi Madungeni. Siyabonga. Also on the virtual platforms nosihlalo waka Health udadewethu uNomakiki waka Majola, umhlonishwa Majola. Ngicela siye kwi-presentation elandelayo. How is the Human Rights Commission assisting sex workers to realize their human rights? Sicela udadewethu Thandeka. Mhlawumbe esondela uThandeka, ngiyacela udadewethu uZanele abe naye ebaredi in the virtual platform. Mhlawumbe ba check no IT angabe khona ama technical glitches ngoba yena she will be presenting virtually. Thandeka, over to you.
Thank you, Program Director. Cela ukubingelela abahlonishwa bonke abakhona, angeke ngisabala ngokuyihlalo kodwa ngokukhethekile sibingelele umhlonishwa uPremier we-Province no-Speaker we-Legislature nazo zonke iy'nhlaka ney'khulu ey'khona kuyona le Symposium. Mina nguThandeka Magwenyane from a Human Rights Commission. I-Commission ke yasungulwa phansi komthetho sisekelo ukuthi ke ilekelele ukusupporta i-democracy. Inikezwe ke ama-powers kokuthi i-promote i-respect and culture of human rights, i-protected the human rights and monitor the observance of human rights in the country. We are also mandated to investigate the allegations of human rights, and where appropriate, we mediate these violations, and if necessary, we litigate in court. We do this by through programs that we have. We have legal services, the research units, the advocacy and communications, and the monitoring units. The Commission derives its powers also from Umthetho Wethu Act number 40 of 2023. Amandla ethu ke ilapho esiwathola khona futhi ukuthi siqhubeke senze umsebenzi lo esiwunikezelwe yi-Constitution. So amalungelo abantu ayini ke? Amalungelo sinawo sonke ngoba singabantu siyaphila. Akekho umuntu ongenalo ilungelo and sonke siyalingana ngaphambi komthetho. Awethu lamalungelo by birth. And akekho umuntu okumele ahlukunyezwe okanye acwaswe phambi komthetho. Simele sonke ukuthi siphathwe ngokulingana futhi sibukwe ngokulingana. Imiphi ke imisebenzi okanye ikhomishana ebandakanyeka kuyona okanye izikhalazo esizitholayo siyikhomishana. Sithola ke izikhalazo kona wonke umuntu akukhethile, sisiza wonke umuntu ofikayo nesikhalazo. Izikhalazo zethu uma kuwukuthi zingena ngaphansi kwamandla esinawo ukuthi siyiphenye siyayiphenya. Uma kuwukuthi kumele ukuthi zidluliselwe kwezinye izigaba okanye izinhlaka zikahulumeni senza kanjalo bese siyamazisa futhi lo osuke ekhalazile. Eminyakeni ke edlulile sithole izikhalazo kuyona yonke indawo nakwamanye ama-provinces eCommission la kutholakala khona ukuthi ama-sex workers ayahlukunyezwa amalungelo awo, ayasatshiswa, ayashawa, aya-intimidatewa ngandlela zonke. And lezi zikhalazo lezi ziqhamuka kuwona wonke ama-provinces okanye azitholwa yiwona wonke umuntu ama-offices ethu ase-Human Rights Commission. So we have the office focal area commissioner obhekelele human rights and law enforcement and prevention of torture. And through this office's intervention, we are able to address strategically the relevant stakeholders in addressing the complaints and also advocate. We also work together with organizations advocating the rights of sex workers. So when we get complaints, we maybe if I can go into the 2017 complaint where we received complaints from sex workers detailing assault and harassment and abuse of power. Sex workers also being searched without warrants, and the commission would write to the station commissioners concerned and addressing the issue. And we get undertakings that these complaints will be addressed and the police officials involved will also be addressed the conduct as well. Also, in 2021, the Commission published a research brief on impact on COVID-19 on vulnerable groups, which included a chapter on sex workers. The research briefly highlighted the many human rights violations which sex workers face due to criminalization of their work. It is then recommended that the sex workers be included in income support schemes because they have this right and they have a right to work, the right to freedom to choose where and how to work, and the freedom of trade as well. These are all the rights that they should enjoy because they are offered to them. Because they are human beings. Also, the commission, when we receive these complaints, it becomes concerning that the sex workers are being ostracized and stigmatized, and that the rights that are being violated is right to human dignity, the right to safety and security of their persons, the right to freedom of trade, which includes the right to work, and the freedom from unfair discrimination. So when lodging a complaint in the Human Rights Commission, we accept complaints telephonically, we accept complaints via email, and we accept complaints when a person walks in, where we physically assist the person by assisting them in completing the forms. We also go out in communities to educate members of the communities about their rights and create awareness throughout the provinces, where we educate people about their rights. And in these platforms, this is where we get complaints, and we address them at that level should it be necessary. Also, the Western Cape Provincial Office received a complaint relating to a sex worker who had died in a police custody as a result of a suicide after being arrested on drug possession charges and denied bail. These complaints were referred into the relevant stakeholders where they were being addressed in terms of their respective laws. Also in 2020, Economous, it's freezing. It goes off.
Nice. And the technician.
Okay. I think I may have deleted something. I don't know. I think I may have deleted something.
Deleted?
Okay.
Yes. Second rest.
Okay.
Between the first.
I think so. This cannot happen, Jesus. I think so. I think it's it. I think it's it. Open it. Okay.
Singacela elandelayo ube uyisotho noma seku-right.
Hayi ngicela because khona ama-slides avelana aphuma. So no ayikho kwi-PowerPoint iku-Word.
Some respect.
Zula mntana wena ukhalela.
Siyabonga sixolise kakhulu ngokuxhakaxhaka. Sizongena ke kumalungelo lawa okubonakalayo ukuthi kulezi ikhalazo esiyitholayo sikhomishana imaphi athintekayo okanye ahlukumezekayo ngokwezikhalazo esiyitholayo. Ilungelo lokuba nesithunzi. Ilungelo lokuthi isithunzi somuntu sihlonishwe ngaphansi komthetho sisekelo ngoba kuyabonakala ukuthi ngenxa yomsebenzi owenziwayo okanye ama-sex works awenzayo unokucwaseka okuba khona okwenzakalayo okudalela ukuthi bese amalungelo abo ahlukunyezwe. Kunamagama futhi ababizwa ngawo anganambithiseki kahle. Lawo magama lawo enza ukuthi ke isithunzi somuntu bese siyahlukumezeka okanye sidicileleke. Bese kuba ilungelo futhi lokuthi abantu ube safe uphinde futhi uvikeleke njengomuntu. Lamalungelo lawa akhona kumthetho sisekelo kokuthi wonke umuntu unalo lelo lungelo ukuhlanganisa nabo ama-sex workers. Kufanele bavikeleke baphinde bezizwe bevikelekile ngaso sonke isikhathi. Ilungelo futhi lokuchoose ukuthi uzosebenza futhi muphi umsebenzi ozowenza ngoba kwi-convention evumela ukuthi kusetshenzwe ithi le convention wonke umuntu unelungelo lokuthi asebenze umsebenzi lo ohambiselana naye futhi bese lo msebenzi awenzayo uyahlonishwa ngoba enye yezinto ezenzakalayo besebenza umuntu usuke edinga ukuthi athole isinkwa athole indlela yokuphila alwisane nokububha alwisane nenhlupheko. So umsebenzi umuntu nomuntu awenzayo okuhlanganisa nayo i-sex work imisebenzi le ekufanele sihloniphe as umuntu wonke unalo ilungelo lokusebenza. Phinde futhi kube ilungelo i-freedom from unfair discrimination ngoba kuyacaca ukuthi kuyikhalazo abantu bayahlukumezeka bagcine futhi bengakwazi ukuthola usizo kuyinhlaka okufanele ukuthi besizakale kuzona ngoba abakwazi ukuthi bevele besaba ukuthi bazoxwaswa ngomsebenzi abawenzayo. Lamalungelo ke avikelekile kumthetho sisekelo futhi ke kufanele ukuthi ahlonishwe kufanele futhi ukuthi ubonakala ukuthi ayahlonishwa awahlukunyezwe amalungelo awonke umuntu okhona ukuhlanganisa namalungelo ama-sex workers. ilungelo futhi lokuthi ukwazi ukuvikeleka. Kugqame kakhulu kwikhalazo ebesizenza ukuthi bazizwa bengaphephile futhi bazizwa bengavikelekile ngesikhathi benza umsebenzi wabo, kanti futhi bagcina sebexhaphazeka ngoba lo msebenzi lo umelwe ukuthi kube khona isivumelwano, and kuthi mangabe sekufike kwisigaba la okufanele khona ivumelwano ifezeke, ebese kuba khona ukusatshiswa, ebese kuba khona ukushawa, ebese kuba khona ukuthi isivumelwano singabe sisenzeka ngale ndlela obekuvunyelwene ngayo. Leyo ikhalazo esiye siyithole abantu befona okanye mebefika ema-ofisini ethu bezethula lezi khalazo. Lamalungelo ke mangabe siphuma sihambela i-province, siyawashumayela amalungelo abantu, si-create futhi awareness ebantwini ukuthi wonke umuntu unelungelo, and ilungelo lakho la liphela khona liyaqala elomunye, and kumele futhi ukuthi ahlonishwe lamalungelo ngenxa yokuthi akumthethosisekelo, kuwumthetho omkhulu wezwe lase-South Africa. So ke isikhalazo mangabe uzosifaka, ngoba izikhalazo siyithola kuwona wonke umuntu, noma ngabe usibhalela wena, noma ngabe usibhala usiza omunye umuntu ongakwazi yena ukuyikhalazela, noma futhi ukhalaza ngoba ungafuni ukuthi ubonakale ngenxa yokuthi abantu bayacwasana futhi bayastigmatizana ngenxa yomsebenzi. Izikhalazo zingafakwa, uyifake ungayivezi, ube anonymous, and indlela yokuthi usifake isikhalazo ungafika ema-ofisini ethu, ungafona okanye ungathumela nge-email, okanye sibonane nawo abantu mabezokhalaza ey'ndaweni esihambelayo zomphakathi wonkana wase-KZN, ngoba ama-ofisi ethu abhekele izikhalazo ezenzekayo kwi-province yaKwaZulu-Natal. Siyatholakala ama-services ethu futhi awakhokhelwa, abantu basizwa mahhala, akukho mali ekhokhwayo. AseThekwini kuphela ke ngeshwa awekho kuzona zonke iy'ndawo ze-province, kodwa thina siyazama ukuphuma sifinyelele kubona bonke abantu ngokwahlukana kwey'ndawo zabo throughout i-province yaKwaZulu-Natal. Siyabonga.
Siyabonga kakhulu. Sixolise with those glitches. Ngicela siye kwi-presentation elandelayo from i-Commission for Gender Equity. Programs with a specific focus on sex work. Let us invite Ms. Zanele Ncwane, who will be presenting using the virtual platform. Zanele. Siyocela i-video ibe on as well.
Hi Sisi.
Yes, Zanele. Sicela uziveze, sicela ukukubona, kusho ukuthi you present while i-video i-on. Siyabonga.
Ngiyabonga. Ngicela ukubingelela ngokukhethekile i-Premier ekhulumile earlier on. Ngibingelele also to the Speaker of the Legislature. Ngibingelele also the Chief Whip, Deputy Speaker, Chair of Chairs. Ngithi all protocol observed. Kodwa ngibingelele ikakhulu ngokukhethekile osingaye namhlanje. Njengoba kushiwo igama lami nginguZanele Ncwane waka Commission for Gender Equality. Ngizoqala ngokuthi ngixolisele uCommissioner Leon van der Merwe okuye obefakwe kwi-program. Technology is not kind today where she is kune-load shedding. Nami ngixolise ukusho ukuthi angikho kwi-province namhlanje, ungabe ngizile in person kulo mhlangano. I would like first to ngibongele kakhulu ngincome futhi ukuthi siyi-Commission for Gender Equality siyawubona umsebenzi owenziwa i-legislature yaKwaZulu-Natal ekutheni iqhubeke isebenze ilandelele ukulandela ukupromota and the protection of the sex work. We have been participating and through invitations to by the legislature in ensuring the protection and the promotion of the rights of sex workers. We want to put it on record that as the Commission for Gender Equality, which is a Chapter 9 institution, given powers to exercise oversight on all state organs, and ukuthi baya wenza umsebenzi wabo wokusebenza ukupromota issues of gender equality, and the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature in this category of promoting and protecting human rights and dignity of sex workers, siyawubona lo msebenzi uyancomeka. We as the Commission for Gender Equality as a Chapter 9 institution established with a sole mandate to ensure the protection of gender equality, the promotion of gender equality in the country. We do this work mandated by the Constitution and the under Section 187 and also the Commission for Gender Equality Act of 1996 as amended. That is where we derive our mandate and powers. In respect of the sex work, the CGE has a very long history with the industry to ensure the protection of the sex work. I would love to start by, as per the request, that we as the Commission come to today and speak on our programs that we have in promotion and protection of sex work. Ngicela ukwenza lokho by outlining, utilizing the departments that we have under the CGE. We have under our education, public education and information department, part of our work is actually to take the work of the Commission to the communities. And when we do this work, we do it through advocacy, awareness, stakeholder engagements and dialogues. Hence, sihlezi sikhona uma sibizwa izinhlaka ezahlukahlukene ekukhulumeni nokwazisa imphakathi ngokubaluleka kokuvikela amalungelo abantu. What we do there is we have held stakeholder engagements with different sectors. I had also the Premier outlining the wonderful stakeholder engagements, advocacy training that has been conducted in the province. On the side, the Commission for Gender Equality has been doing also similar work with different sectors. As an example, we have relationships with the transport industry, where we seek to promote and garner their commitment to ensuring that they protect the sex workers. As sazi sonke ukuthi lo msebenzi we-sex work uyenzeka kaningi kwi-industry lena mhlambe engingathi yama-truck. So we have relationships with trucking industry, sensitizing them on the rights of sex workers as bekwazi ukuthi basebenzisane. Through our legal department, we have recently also, just like many other interested and supporters of human rights protection and the sex work industry, we have participated also in the submission on the decriminalization of sex work bill. It is important to highlight that one of the first things that the Commission was concerned itself ngale bill was to look at the object of the bill. Ukuthi ingabe iresponda kuwona impela ama needs izidingo zama sex workers. Ungabe le bill uma inje ngoba beyinjalo izokwazi yini ukuthi iprotecte the sex workers. So that was one part where our legal department had to spend time babukisise kahle ukuthi the object of the bill nako ukuthi ibill ibhalwe futhi ngolimi nolimi lwezomthetho olusezingeni esizokwazi thina abantu ukul-understand. Uma sisuka lapho sibe sesiyibuka le bill ukuthi ingabe le bill izokwazi yini ukuthi isinike thina i-protection esidingayo ngempela na for sex workers. Number one, izokwazi yini ukuthi i-protecte ama-human rights ama-workers, the right of the sex worker to the bodily rights, integrity, the rights of sex workers to choose i-trade ukuthi ufuna muphi yena umsebenzi, the right of sex workers in terms of movement. Kaningi siyazi ukuthi amaphoyisa anokusibamba as sex workers asibambe ngokuthi sihamba phi siphetheni. So also sikubukile kwibill ukuthi ungabe lokho kufakiwe kuyavela ukuthi avikeleke ama-sex workers ukuthi akhone ukuhamba la azi khona wona ukuthi umsebenzi wami ukhona la. Enye into esithandile ngale bill esifakile ileyo yokuthi isinika ithuba as sex workers ukuthi singene kwi-conversation yokuthi umsebenzi esiwenzayo in sex work ubukwe as umsebenzi. Ngokunjalo sikwazi ukuthi si-enjoye ama-labor rights protection. Uma sibuka ikakhulu-ke la kulento yama-labor rights, si-Commission for Gender Equality, siyibheyise kakhulu kwi-court case le yango-2006 uma sizoyikhumbula kaKhayeli versus State. uKhayeli la ayesebenza khona as a sex worker kwi-massage parlor, where umqashi wakhe wabe esemosha without paying her what was due for her, complainer ngokuthi she was not servicing enough clients, ubengagcini isikhathi nokunye. Wathi uma exoshwa uKhayeli waya ka-CCMA eyokhalaza ukuthi emsebenzini bangexoshe ngaphansi kwalamaphuzu, and mina as umsebenzi ngibona ukuthi kuviolate amalungelo ami okuba umsebenzi. I-CCMA lapho, which was in 2006, yabe seyiyona ithi ayizukuyingena le case because awuyena umsebenzi if you are a sex worker. This matter we became amicus uma isithathwa iya e-labor court, where i-labor court took a different decision and judged that even though in South Africa sex work is not seen as work and is decriminalized, but the employment contract that she had entered in with the employer is valid. So uma sibuka ke le bill sibese silanda leyo history ukuthi iyasinika amandla okuthi umsebenzi we-sex work ungumsebenzi as recognized by i-labor court. So okunye ke engingakubalula lapho ngithi sikwenzile. Bese sizothi singene kwi-unit yethu yaka research, which is one of our departments as the CGE. We have conducted a number of research programs where it has given us evidence that, number one, okuyinto umphakathi ohlezi okhalaza ngayo uma sikhuluma nge-sex work sithi siyayipromota, babe sithi siyayisupporta in actual fact, bese bethi bona nizovulela ukuthi nokhubani especially nabantwana abancane ngeminyaka bangene kulo msebenzi we-sex work. Sibese sithi ke asikhuluma into evidence based, that why siphume sayonza ucwaningo. Ucwaningo lwethu lusivezele ukuthi decriminalizing sex work ngeke ize inyuse izinga labantu abangena kule industry. Sikwenze lokho futhi sikompara nangamanye amazwe akade ayiphasisa i-sex work ukuthi ibe protected as umsebenzi. Okunye i-research work yethu isitshelile ukuthi if i-South Africa i-decriminalize i-sex work, izokwazi uku-increase amalungelo abasebenzi. 2, izokwazi ukuthi sivimbele ngokusemthethweni ukuthi kungene abantwana aba-underage. Angithi sizokhumbula ukuthi ama-labor laws aclear ukuthi umntwana omncane akavumelekile ukusebenza. Njengoba ke manje i-industry le yaka-sex work isahlangahlangene kanje, akululanga ukuthi kukwazeke ukuthi baboshwe laba abafaka abantwana abancane ngeminyaka ekutheni basebenze la ka-sex work. So siyakubona ukuthi uma ingabe iphasa lo mthetho kuvumeleka ukuthi i-sex work recognized as umsebenzi, kuzobe sekungenelela ke wonke amapolisi lanka guide ukuthi kusebenza ubani, kusetshenzwa kanjani, then izokwazi ukuthi inyuse i-protection yabantu abala ngaphakathi ekusebenzini. Sisebenzile futhi kakhulu lapho sisebenze khona, sihamba ikakhulukazi ezindaweni lezi esithi isemakhaya, sisebenza nezinhlaka lezi esizibiza ngama-traditional setups, ngoba sitholile ukuthi kaningi kusuka abantu bethu besifazane beze emadolobheni bathi bazofuna umsebenzi. Ila abafike khona ke bangene mhlawumbe kuloko bona abacabanga ukuthi umsebenzi, kanti sebeyongena ngaphansi kwengcindezi yalaba ababafaka ekusebenzeni bengathandi bona futhi uthole bengasaziphatheli nemali yabo, bangasakwazi ke manje ukubuyela emakhaya ngenxa yezinto ezinjengo stigma, abangasakhona ukubuyela emakhaya abo. Kungakho ke sisebenza kakhulu nabantu le izinhlaka kuma-traditional setup, ngoba futhi lapho ke ama-workshop ethu akwazi ukuthi afundise kulezi zinhlaka umehluko omkhulu phakathi kwe-sex work nama-issues of human trafficking, ngoba sithole kaningi ukuthi bakubuka kuyinto eyodwa human trafficking and an adult sex work as umsebenzi. So bona bebekuhlangahlanganisa kube into eyodwa. So that is also one of what we have work that we have been able as the commission to pull through. Where we are now as the commission is actually to put together, especially for the province of KwaZulu-Natal, to put together then a monitoring framework. As I've said, that we are aware and we are recognizing the work that is done by the legislature specifically, but we are now in a process of putting together a monitoring framework where we are going to be able to monitor all the processes like social development. Ikhulumile la udadewethu uRenita about their services, where we are going to be looking at a social development in terms of issues like shelters. Are the shelters available for sex workers when there is problems where then they can be able to move to social development? We are putting a framework then to follow up on SAPS in terms of the cases that have been submitted to SAPS. There's cases reported by sex workers that are like now 5 years, 10 years, not have been resolved. Balimalile ama-sex workers, bayamazi umuntu omlimazile, bayovula icala, akakaze aboshwe. So those are part of the things that we are working on for this particular year. I'd like to stop there and thank the legislature for the opportunity that it has granted the Commission for Gender Equality. Thank you very much.
Siyabonga kakhulu to all our 3 presenters. Ngifisa ke at this juncture sithathe imibuzo uma ikhona, mhlambe nama comments. Ngifisa ukuthatha izandla ke ezifisa ukubuza. I will give you numbers because ngisaba ukube ngathi ngiyadiscriminate. I know some. Manje mase ngithi Mandisa kuyobe sengathi ke ngicheme noMandisa. So kungcono ngisebenzise inamba. But ke also nezinto zokuthi mhlawumbe sibe singadivulge kakhulu. Ngifisa ukuthatha izandla, ngizothatha kanye sibuze noma sicommente bese sinikezela ukuthi ba respond. Ngicela siphakamise masifisa ukucomment. Nasiya esokuqala, so you'll be number 1. This is the only hand, ne? Shilo nina abahlobo bami ukuthi mekukhulunywa ngesector organized ile. Ngicela sise imic. So there is only 1 hand. Siphe sesibili. Ngiyaxolisa dadewethu. Zoo 2. Omunye ungasekuqaleni kwe-row, omunye ungasekupheleni kwayo.
Yes, good morning. Nice to see you all. My name is Kribashan Govender. I represent the Biko Shivananda Harm Reduction Center. We'd like to thank the leadership for allowing us this opportunity. Would you prefer for me to remain standing, or I think perhaps it's better that I remain standing? First, before I address you, I'd like to apologize in advance for anyone that I perhaps may offend in my engagement here today, based on the fact that this is a very sensitive position, and there are very many people here that are also against the legislation that is to be passed. So I just wanted to apologize if I offend any sensitivities. With regards to the legislation, this is very good initiative for government to be doing. It's very welcomed, it's very well needed, but to be frank and without being offensive, it has been found wanting. We should have had this engagement about 30 years ago when we first reached our first elections, because government quickly, pushed through the Ngonyama Trust Bill to make sure the elections went through, but they couldn't do the same thing for these vulnerable groups. And the fact of the matter is that government policies are informed by lobbyists, and because the poor and vulnerable people don't have anybody to lobby on their behalf, these things get left to the last for the last 30 years. It's going to be 10 years next year since Desiree Murugan was beheaded. Those of you who know the situation about the sex worker that was beheaded in Shallcross because a Bunga addict thought that if he gave her head to a traditional healer, he would get 2 million rands. It was one of the most horrific things. The textbook case, she's the textbook case for bad policy, and shows the intersection between sex work and drug use in this country. So I wanted to also just say with regards to town planning and bylaws, because lots of people have problems with street sex workers operating within their areas. And most people wonder how I got into this space. I used to work as a property valuer, so I know enough about the built environment issues to talk on this matter, and largely it should be kept away from places of worship, schools, creches, businesses, and that kind of thing, and focused in areas that are light industrial areas where it's away from the public gaze and people aren't offended by such activities. That's largely the situation with regards to that. And then I also wanted to say that we should be following examples like countries like Senegal, who incidentally have changed the laws for sex workers many years ago, and their response to HIV has been significantly better than most other African countries. So these policy reforms, we run this center with very little money, and we try to do exit programs for sex workers, which include hairdressing, nails, baking, sewing. We even teach them to grow cannabis, because the cannabis laws and sex work laws are very closely related. And the people are so poor, we even do food security and other kinds of things. One of the other things I wanted to mention is about the problems of prohibition, in that it reduces the negotiation times for sex workers with regards to the prices that people charge, and also their protection in this space. So this is one of the other various reasons why prohibition certainly doesn't work. I think that's pretty much all I wanted to say. Give thanks.
Siyabonga.
Sanibonani, igama lami nguPetrus Ngwacele, Gugu. Ngiyabonga kakhulu, ngibingelela kakhulu izikhulu zethu lezi ezilanga ngaphambili, nokuthi zizonke zikuthatha seriously ukuthi sex worker kuwumsebenzi omukelekayo nakuba ungakaphasiswa kwezomthetho. Besicela ukuthi namaphoyisa nawo awuthathe serious, ukuthi asithathe serious, ngoba ubona engazi ukuthi kuyalekha sama sex work ukuthi sivule ama-cases ingoba akathathwa serious. Nasemphakathini nakhona ngiyacela ngazi ukuthi ngoba nathi izikhulu zethu zona zithatha serious ukuthi sex worker kuyavumeleka ukuthi ngoba indlela esiziphilisa ngayo ezikumsebenzi. Nasemphakathini nabo engathi bangasatha serious. Emphakathini mangabe uyi-sex worker uyacwaswa. Uphinde futhi nasemasontweni engathi thina nakhona bengingakapacela ukuthi bangawacwasi ama-sex worker cause emasontweni bayashumayela ukuthi fanele sibazali sibheke kahle izingane zethu. Sizozibheka kanjani kahle uma singasebenzi? Uma ke sesithi si-sex worker ngoba sithi sifuna ukuphilisa izingane zethu, babe beqhubeka besixwasa naso. Siyacela ukuthi nasemasontweni kukapacele ukuthi njengoba ama-sex worker ingendlela yokuthi siphilisa izingane zethu. Okokugcina ngci, u-DOH, now u-DOH, Department of Health, nakhona before besingathathwa seriously uma sizocela izinsiza ezithize sabantu abaphilayo, siphila emphakathini or siphila eSouth Africa, ukuthi nathi phela sabantu siyadinga ukuthi sithole izinsiza lezi ezitholakalayo lapha emtholampilo. But sesiyabonga ngenxa yama-organization athize engiwagagule ngamagama ukuthi ku-Department of Health asisacwaswa njengasekuqaleni, sesiyathola zonke izinsiza esizidingayo. Ngiyabonga.
Siyabonga kakhulu. Khona inkunzi nje engiyibanjwayo kulesihlanu emini. Bengiyishila izandla ukuthi ngiyathatha ngiyavala. Kodwa zikhona izandla eziqhamuke lapha emuva ezu2. Bese kuba isikadadewethu la. Cabanga ukuthi those are 3 very last hands. Number 3 ubaba, number 4 mfethu lapha emuva, number 5 usisi la. In that order then.
Ngisukuma nombuzo la othi ngibona abantu abamnyama bodwa la kuma delegate. Mhlambe amakhalathi wona angiwaboni, mhlambe amandiya ngibona ngathi elilodwa noma ikhalathi angazi, kodwa angiboni noyedwa nje omhlophe ukuthi mhlambe lo mhlangano noma ngithi nje abantu abamnyama bodwa benza lo msebenzi. Ngiyabonga.
Ngingacela ubaba asale esezethula.
Sorry, Mr. Ntuli, ngimember ye Interfaith.
Siyabonga phela. Ngicela siye lapha emuva.
Sanibonani. Igama Victor Ngwadubisibongo from an organization 11 Connect that works with all our sisters from the sex work industry. Okubalulekile just to say I hope and we hope this legislation will be attended with the quick intervention it deserves. Reason being, even the organization that works in the street trying to assist sex workers are victimized by the law enforcers because what they say is we are condoning sex work. And we believe while seven and trying to assist our sisters, they've got the right, the protection of life is important in the same way that whatever we believe, even whatever we believe as Christians or what, even God wants us to protect lives. It is not our place to actually sit on the judgment seat. So it's just to say that we plead that this legislation be attended so that the police in the streets can also not victimize us. We have to run for our lives as organizations while assisting us on the street. Thank you so much.
Siyabonga ngicela sisondele la kunodadewethu la abawu2.
Sanibona. Ngunonhlanhla wakwaNgcobo Isibongo. Bengisacela ukubuza ngokwethu njengoba sesibadala thina ngalomsebenzi ukuthi sisengama emgwaqweni asenawo amandla asisathengu ukuthi ayikho enye indlela esingakwazi ukuthi sifakwe ngayo isinkwe ephaketheni mhlambe kube nama skills esizowavulelwa mhlambe sifunde sikwazi ukuthola idifiketi ezokwazi ukuthi zisisize ngoba kule mpilo singene sibancane sesibadala manje asisathengu.
Sanibonani. Igama lami nginguPetra Zama, Department of Health. Ngifuna ukusho nje 2 things. Ngizoqala ngokuthi usisoqeda ukukhuluma ungishaya inhliziyo yami ibe buhlungu because we tried ukuthi simobilize for abantu aba-interested to be like peer educators in the sex work program. So abantu aba-understanda i-sex worker program abazokhuluma namanye ama-sex worker in terms of HIV and AIDS programs. And saba ne-challenge kunama-districts anga-employanga, we've got vacant posts, saba ne-challenge ukuthi ama-sex workers did not want to be part of lauma stipend posting ngoba bathi imali abayenza emgaqweni iningi kunemali thina esiyi-operation. So for people like you, you can even grab my number. I'm willing to assist those abafisayo ukungena ngoba sinama vacant posts awagcwele. That is number one, nje bese ngiqonda ngokuwena. But the other one, I would like to thank Usiso kade khuluma ngokuthi athi at least kwakunokucwaswa kwa health. Yes, it was like that, but we've worked very hard and we've moved a milestone ukuthi send the show ukuthi manje we've got programs and ebengifuna ukuyithula la entsha ezoqala ngicela ukuthi sisheshe siyizwe ingakaqali eka-PrEP injections ngoba sesizongena kuma-injections ngoba siyazi nibhizi niyasebenza, so ukuthatha u-oral prep sometimes kuba i-challenge kuningi. So asezofika ama-injections ngicela uma efika siwamukele ngicela nje siwamukele, awana side effect, ayafana nalo iphilisi kuphela ukuthi wona awu long acting. So mawujove kanye ujovile uqedile uyihlalele uyozenzela sex worker yakho, you are prevented in terms of HIV and AIDS. And then the last one that we've done, but we've done for all key populations, we've done a procurement which was a breakthrough for us here, Yama dental dams. So if we're doing the oral sex, we'll be protected in terms of HIV. Everything has been approved, it's budgeted, we've done that, we've done our finger cuts. So you get different condoms, not just Lawa Atwalegile. So we are moving towards supporting you with everything that you need. Any intervention, any show you show me as your age, you are committed.
Siyabonga kakhulu, asicele our presenters ngokulandelana kwawo. May I request Department of Social Development, you take what was related to you, if there are any. Human Rights and CGE. For me, it was rather comments and also some kind of proposals that I believe Speaker, it must find expression in various stakeholders. But I'm glad the Department of Health has come to the fore to say, imapama programs aba now, and this is the platform, and we are creating an environment as outside this particular gathering. Saka ubudlelwane obuzoba nempumela elekelela the sector. Siyabonga kakhulu. Ngicabanga ukuthi ke okuningi bekwa ama comments. I understand ke kuba khona nezinto ezikhuluma nangama bylaws kodwa sizokhumbula ukuthi sisakhuluma ngento ye legislation moving forward. So uzoba nama sectors azothi but sikwenza kanjani. So it's a process engicabanga ukuthi ke siqhubeka siya phambili. Kungaba khona izinto engabe sesiyithikho ukuthi sesila. Hence kukhona ama programs in various departments esithi akhona. Ngicabanga ukuthi ke nama presenters abesinikeza ama programs from their departments. Kunesandla engisibonayo la. Sizokhumbula also mhlambe kusayiwa kuyena ukuthi last year ibe khona some izikhalo ngo subs in particular, and isishayamthetho and other stakeholders bayile la isasithi khona kungama kind of ama areas anama challenges esicabanga ukuthi ke gradually and moving forward kukhona esikubonayo kuba ushintsho. Should it happen ukuthi asikalibona ushintsho, ngicabanga ukuthi ke sizokuthola mhlambe through leadership ye sector sikwazi ukuphinde silandelele. Ngicela ukuthatha ke mfowethu.
Ngiyabonga. Mina ngu Captain Duma. I'm coming from the South African Police Services. I'm the provincial coordinator. With me, I'm with Kenelu Kaba. So we wanted to, even now with speech Sega Premier, we did not pick up Uguti. Are the sex workers aware that within the South African Police Services, we have sat down and we are having what we call, even though it's still illegal, but we're having what we call standard operational procedure. With the standard operational procedure on sex work. And it is being taught for all the police within the province. And we would like, njengoba nje sihlalo, ukuthi mhlawumbe also the other organization lawa abe presenter ukuthi sibone ukuthi inkinga, on which side are we having a problem in terms of the police? Because the workshops are going on around all districts. So it will be easier for us to know which districts are they still problematic. We are working with Usisonke and other organizations that comes to present to us. And also with Ubaba Lo Okhulume harm reduction. South African Police Services in May is sending a delegation to Kenya to go and learn on how, because Kenya has been becoming a successful one. So we are sending a delegation of the South African Police Services to go and learn on how is Kenya managed the harm reduction services to be successful. So because normally that's a problem. So we are really sitting here and we are wondering, where is the problem? Which districts are they still giving us the problems? So we can know how can we get in, and we present also the standard operational procedure, which is available on our website. I thank you.
Somlomo abe nezwi nathi. Makubele.
No, with all due respect to the South African Police Service, the men in blue that protect us, I am disturbed, sir, and I am sure the sector is disturbed. At Grange, there was SAPS. We mentioned the problems, the areas. In Olive Convention Center, the representative of the SAPS was that beautiful lady in full uniform, who was saying is a high-ranking official. These areas were mentioned. We mentioned by the sector the issues that where are people mostly raped by policemen, where people were mostly harassed by policemen, where people were abducted by policemen, taken in the city center of Durban to be thrown in the sugar farm past the north of Durban, in fact past Umhlali. Now, if you want us to mention them, I am inclined to request on behalf of the sector a meeting with SAPS, not here, and the organizations, because we will keep on saying things here that do not go to all of you. So I think that, Chairperson, with all due respect, let's rather request that the legislature facilitate a meeting so that people will be identified and the ranks, so that singayitsho ngoba sikhona apha le nto ngathi sithi sizawuyenza ingenzeki. Amaphoyisa ahlale khona sizichaze, singabe kaloku sibe sesithi asizazi. Sicela nje kuvele kube nomhlangano ne-leadership ye-sector yesisonke, asijiki and sweat, and mothers, future mothers or mothers for the future, bahlale i-leadership no SAPS to deal with these matters.
Siyabonga kakhulu Somlomo. I think you said mouthful. Ngiyafisa ke siqhubeke neprogram. Bekunombuzo okhuluma ngento yebala yohlanga. Uphututu. Ngiyacela uresponde nje ube mfishane mntana sekhaya on that aspect.
Ngiyabonga Sihlalo, bingelela wonke ama-representative. Baba, sinabo abohlanga. Sinamandiya, ama-Indians, and white people and colored people, but it's because us as Black, we are well organized. Them, they are operating on lines. Even though they're operating on lines, it's very hard to reach them. They are not getting experience that we going through. Yes.
Sweet and short and straight to the point. No, siyabonga kakhulu. Ngiyacela siqhubeke ne-program, sorry. Sizocela ama-representatives from onke ama-districts akhona. Into engizoyicela ukuzama nje ukubamba isikhathi ukuthi angithi 5 minutes. Ngiyafisa ungabe ngisaba phakathi kwawo. Maqeda uphilile kube usithembile. Maqeda usithembile alandele unokanda alandele uzandile, uzandile alandele uthembeka, uthembeka alandele uBrenda, kube uDudu, kube uSimphiwe, the last one. Siyakhumbula ke in fact ngiyafisa nje ukusho ukuthi ama districts bekufanele abe wonke kodwa asinayo representation from other districts. Sine representation evela eThekwini Metro, evela eMajuba, evela evela Ogwini, evela King Cetshwayo, evela Mgungundlovu, uMkhanyakude and iZululand. Khona ngishilo. Ngiyacela ke size ngokulandelana kwethu. Uma sesibona ukuthi u3 minutes uphilile abe esondela usithembile. Sithanda ukuba nayo intwana yokuthi iwatch lingabi on our side. Uphilile. Oza ke dadewethu. To be followed by usithembile.
Ngizobingelela ngibonge nje ukuthola ithuba elikanjena alivamisile. Ngizobonga kakhulukazi isishayamathetho sakaZulu ngokuthi ngaso sonke isikhathi behleze besicabangela. Bese ngiyabingelela zonke izihlalo ononina bazo kusukela ekuqaleni kuze kuyofika ekugcineni. Ngokubaluleka kwazo. Igama sekushiwo uphilile bangibiza ngomimi ke wakaziqobi sibongo. Ngizoqala ekuthenini akuve kubalulekile futhi siyakubonga ngo-legislature ukuthi basifake nathi ukuthi bacabanga ukuthi basenzeleni. Basifake ukuthi sifunani. Akuve kubuhlungu umuntu akubuka umubi abese kucabanga ukuthi akakuphixa ucream. Angakubuzi ukuthi ena yini mhlambe engakwenza ube muhle. Mina ngingifuna ukwenziwa muhle mhlambe imali ngoba kuthiwa imali yagezana. Bese ngiphixa ucream bese ngisha kakhulu. Sesixabeneke. So engikubongayo ukusho ukuthini basifake ekuthenini nidinga ini, nihlukunyezwe ubani, sisize ngakephi, singenelele ngakephi. Siyabonga. Okwesibili thina siyi-district yaseThekwini asikakakutholi ukulungiswa ngokwaka-SAPS. SAPS nje kusame kanjalo asikakatholi ukuthi odadewethu babulawa yini, babulawa wobani, babebulawelwani, asikakakutholi namanje. Uma ulandelela ufica ukuthi amadokhethi awasatholakali, ufica ukuthi ubufakazi sebucishekile, akuve kusiphethe kabi eThekwini. Number 2, bengithi ngizolwa DOH, hayi sengehlele ngezansi. Siyabonga sisi. But to add, siyafisa ukuthi mhlambe manenza oma 8th day sibuzeni sifunani sithine sidla iphilisi. Musani ukusithengela ogalo, nisithengela ama rolls, nisifakela umgqumeni, nisifakela itende elikhulu, nithi entertainment. Si entertainwa ini? Ngibuza ukuthi yini engiyidingayo mina ngidla iphilisi zonke izinsuku engilala ngivuka ngalo. Musuku ngi-entertainer ngibuze. Sifisa o-Pfizer no-Johnson basifaka into okuthiwa o-implant, bayakwazi ukuyikhanda. I-implant yama-ARVs sithi ukuphumula. Safa oral. Size default nje asibuzwa siyathethiswa. Udefaulteleni ubungeza ingane ngomhlakaba awungibuzi ngani iroute ukuthi udefaultiswa yini. Ngiye emgaqweni ngifike ngingashaqwa. Anginakudla vele endlini. Sengizoligwinya kanjani iphilisi? Alive lizelisa. Shuthi kufanele ngizele ngingasaphinde ngiye emsebenzini. Kungekho kudla esiswini. Noma implant ke bakwazile ukuthi basheshise uCovid vaccine, bangakwazi nokusheshisa implant. Yebo sengiyaqeda. Okay. Kuthiwa ngibe mfishana ngazi kanjani ngimude kangaka. Okay. Bese kuba kakhulu ngiyayizwa human rights. Human rights angazi ukuthi bathi mangabe besiza basize kanjani mangabe usugcwasile iform lokuthi sengihlukumezekile. Basiza kanjani? Lokho futhi engifisa ukukubuza. Ngiyabonga.
Siyabonga. Kodwa bengishilo ukuthi owesibili ngifisa mengabe abe esondele. Ozoba number 3 ngizobeka isitulo la as ubone ukuthi usuphelile 2 minutes. Ngicela asondele o number 3. Oza ke sithini?
Sanibona. Ngizothanda nje ukunibingelela nonke abangaphakathi. Ngimude kodwa ngicela ukuba mfishane, ngiwumuntu onamahloni. Igama lami nguSithembile ngwakadlamini, phuma eNewcastle. Dolobha elihle eclean. Thina nje eNewcastle inkinga esinazo nje incane kakhulu. Cha, amaphoyisa bakhulumisana nawo, asinayo inkinga kakhulu namaphoyisa eNewcastle. 2, into esinayo nje eNewcastle besicela nje ukusizakala ngozakwethu esebenzisana nabo. Bayashona kakhulu ngani? Besicela ama-organization eNewcastle abafundesekile abalanda amaphilisi baya default. Unyaka nonyaka bayashona kakhulu ozakwethu eNewcastle. Besingakujabulela nje ukusizakala kube khona abantu abazokhona ukuthi babagqugquzele ukuthi baphuze ama-ARVs. Ngiyabonga.
Siyabonga. Ngibona ngathi unokwanda uphumile. Ngicela simeqe sizobuyela kuyena understanding ukuthi unama task amaninganyana. Ngiyacela uZandile noThembakazi beze. Oh.
Molweni ngaphakathi ndiyanibulisa ngokushiyana ngokwezihlalo zenu. Andizuba mde kuthiwe ndingabi mde ndibe mfutshane nje kodwa ndizowehlikela koku endikuko. NguThembakazi lo kaNtshiya from Eastern Cape, eFlagstaff indawo, esiphaqeni ilali. Kodwa ndiseMargate eShepstone. eShepstone idolobha elimnandi elihle iMargate ndiyalithanda liklini kodwa nginenkinga eyi-1. Ngephoyisa nesecurity yakwa-ADT more especially uWolf nephoyisa neforum yakhona. Nginodadewethu abashayiwe earlier on kule nyanga beshawa amaforum beserenki. Omnye wabo ngihamba naye wayesesaloon eyokweluka esaphuma esayothenga into yokudla. Amaforum amthelekela kambuzanga ngoba emazela ukuthi she's a sex worker. Uthiwa uyiphara uyangcolisa umgaqo waseMargate. Angazi ukuthi ungcola kangakanani mangaba ngizohamba endleleni ngisiya kwaShoprite ngoba nephoyisa laseMargate liyangibamba mangaba ngiyongena eShoprite liyangilinda ngize ngiphume ngoba liyangazi ukuthi ngigqoka o1 centimeter ngifuna imali. Inkinga yami azange ngifunde kodwa ngifundile ngokuhamba nokukubona nokuhlala nabantu. Mina ngihlukumezeke kakhulu empilweni yami ekukhuleni ngareyishwa ngaze ngareyishwa ngisho yiphoyisa. Sengimdala ngingaka sengisemgaqweni kodwa lokho enhlizweni yami bengingenalo uxolo lokuxolela umuntu wesilisa kodwa ngathandaza ngaguqa bengivala endlini ngithandaze ngilile ngize ngithi uNkulunkulu ngicela ungenze ngibe nalo uxolo ngaphakathi mangizixolele mina indlela ngikwazi ukumxolela lo muntu ongenze ububi ngoba uyazi ukuthi ubebenzelani. Udadewethu lo ngihamba naye engqondweni uyadidiseka mangaba ebona leya jacket eorange. Uzabaleka uzivalele endlini angafuni ukukhuluma nathi ngoba ngani usaphinde kusafika lesasithombe zamaforum. Amaforum angazi noba above lona ukuthi manje akasasebenzi kwi-community. Right, siyawathanda wona ngokuthi ayasiza mhlambe ebantwini abamoshayo kodwa I don't know as a sex worker ukuthi iforum ingeze izongishaya. uWolf angazi nokuthi angeza kumina azongithela ngespray ngoba engibona ngihamba emgaqweni angileqe ngemoto angaze angishayisa ngicindezele ngwebonda ngoba anginayo isay. Mangifika emaphoyiseni aseMargate avala iminyango angikwazi ukuyivula icase ngivalelekile ngicindezelekile ngoba nako ngiwumuntu omnyama ngeqwayiza. Anginawo umsebenzi ngiyenza le pick and pay engiyenzayo emgaqweni khona ukuze ngikwazi ukudla.
Siyabonga. While uZandile I think Mthombeni it confirms what the speaker has said. A need for a meeting outside this particular gathering.
Ngiyanibingelela nakanjani. Okhulumayo uZandile kaDlamini ngisuka eKingcetshwayo. Okwethu ngingasho ngithi kuncanyana kakhulu nje. eKingcetshwayo singakhala ngeklinikhi kakhulu. Ama-treatment ethu asiwatholi ngendlela eklinikhi yethu. And okunye-ke amaphoyisa alapha yasengasho ukuthi awaseKingcetshwayo awasihluphi kufika amaphoyisa asuka kwezinye indawo kube yiwona asihluphayo lapha. Bese ke okunye-ke eKingcetshwayo kukancane ukuthi thina sisodwa sithandana. Siyahlukumezana sisodwa, sibulalana sodwa, siphucana imali sodwa. Yonke nje into engayibeka ngithi yimpi siyenzana sodwa thina. Yilokho kuphela ngiyabonga.
Siyabonga, ngicela uBrenda noDudu noSimphiwe balandelane.
Oh, yes, good. Sanibonani, ninjani? Gama lami uBrenda Similani, ngiqhamuka khona la eMgungundlovu. So mina ngizoba mfishane kakhulu-ke. Okokuqala nje iphuzu engifuna ukulisho ukuthi umuntu uma ekhula eyingane akekho noyedwa othi iphupho lakhe ukuba i-sex worker. But kuye kube isimo esiphoqayo umuntu ayithole esenza lo msebenzi hayi ngoba ethanda. So besicela bandla kuhulumeni wethu omuhle nesimthandayo ukuthi angenelele ngokwandisa amathuba emisebenzi, kakhulukazi imisebenzi yezandla. Ngiyabonga kakhulu.
Sanibona, igama nguSiphiwe wakamasondo, ngivela eZululand, oyiqhenyayo ngokuba u-lecture executive. Ubaba ubengazi ukuthi uzosibiza thini, singo-lecture executive because siphethe injabulo yamadoda. Ophinde abo advocacy officer waseZululand. Thina eZululand inkinga esinayo nenkinga engike ngihlangabezane nayo ukuthi amacala e-rape ethu lecture executive awathathwa serious. So iphoyisa liyawenza umsebenzi limbophe perpetrator. Bengifisa uDOJ abe khona ukuze azongichazela ukuthi kube sekonakalaphi mase kufanele kuqhubeke nama cases. Ngiyacela ke emaphoyiseni akhona aphinde angibuyelele ko-IO babo ukuthi kuyisono yini ukubuyela ku-lecture executive umnikeze i-follow up ngecala asuke elivulile, because icala liphela ngikhona ngiwuSiphiwe ngiwilling ukulwela ufellow sister, kodwa bese kuba ngazathi ngoba ngivumile ukuthi ngo-lecture executive shuthi ingqondo yami ayiphila, kumele ngilazi icala lami. Siyadlwengulwa, siyabulalwa kuphelele eceleni. So ngiyafisa ukwazi ukuthi sibulawa ngoba sidayisa ngocansi yini. Ngiyabonga.
I'm actually in a meeting. Maybe if you can call after.
Sanibonani nonke. Ngiyathemba niyaphila. Akuyahlupha ukuba mfishane. I'm not good on calling each chair. I'm very good to say all chairs observe. We're learning. Today, I will introduce myself. I'm Msunduzi Interfaith, and I'm not from Cape Town. I came down to Durban because I'm born from Durban. I grew up here, and I'm a sex worker for more than 15 years. I'm a human. I'm a mother. I'm a sister. I'm a provider. I'm a breadwinner with my colleagues. Today, I would like to thank legislator and speaker with everything done for us and provide us a space, a safe space. And this is not usually things that is happening. Siyabonga, siyabonga. Since it started a symposium, there is a lot of changes in different ways. I'm not sure from SAPS because we're still receiving complaints. I coming from SWET, Sex Workers in Education and Advocacy Task Force. I'm working in advocacy. The cases, the stats I'm going to share after the symposium, I'm going to share with a speaker so that they can see the stats of the deaths of our sisters, the killings, the brutal, the rapes. It's painful. Those cases are not going anywhere. They're stacking in the police station. You know, it's not easy to ask a lot of questions because you didn't know why I joined sex work. Like me, I was in Cape Town looking for better life. After the father of my kids burning with a shark and the community beat me to hell, trying to kill me because they say I burned the father of my children. I left with nothing, no food, no clothes, no nappies for children, but away from home. I know for the fact that the question comes from the father, Ubaba Loyan. It's because we are blacks. We're coming from different backgrounds. I'm coming from poor background. I joined sex work and I discover the experience of violation. Then I choose to be an activist and a feminist, speaking on all behalf of our sisters. I really promote sex work is work. I did believe that sex work is work because it's changing my situation. My children are well educated today. Our children, they get enough education, more than us. I don't like the people saying, undermining us and calling us names, discriminating us. But today, ngiyacela ukuthi namhlanje maniphuma la nisibuke ngamanye amehlo sabantu nathi siyathandaza siyakholwa because who looking us when we're standing in the dark road? It's Jesus. I will close there.
Sanibonani, ngiqale ngibingelele etafuleni, ngiyaxolisa kakhulu ku-program direct, ngiyazi usikade ngilindile. So mina igama lami nguNokwanda Gambushe. I am the provincial sector leader for the sex work sector under the leadership of Patrick Mdletshe, who is not here today. And I am also the provincial coordinator for Sisonke, which is the National Sex Workers Movement in South Africa. So I'm not gonna be long, gizoba short nje njengami njengoba ngimfishane. So okwami namhlanje is to thank everyone who has taken their time to join us. Is to also appreciate the work that we are doing with SAPS, Captain Duma, through dignity, diversity in policing, where we are sensitizing SAPS members on issues of sex work, which we are hoping by the end of the program we will have 0% of stigma and discrimination against sex workers from SAPS. And also, what I would like to say is to invite our partners to support the bill, and also government to support the decriminalization bill, because in South Africa we believe decriminalization is the only model that will work for sex workers here. So ngalokho ngizocela ukubonga.
Siyabonga. Siyabonga kakhulu for ama presentations. Khona nje izinto esizifundayo malungu esishayamthetho out of this process. Kwenye inkathi siyajaja kanti ngempela ama circumstances aswazi. But mesikude nabo ngeke siwazi. Where we should intervene ngeke sazi ukuthi we should intervene. They are part of us. So let us leave no one behind. Hence the theme of this gathering namhlanje. Ngiyafisa ke siye presentation and adoption of the 2023 resolutions. Dadewethu Yonel, ngicela uzosipresentela ama resolutions. Mandis. Yo. Thanks.
Good afternoon to everyone in the room and to our guests online. You know, you're singing that song with so much conviction, and I hope that ngempela, mani sithi siyiphethe condom. You know, iyasetshenziswa le condom because abanye bethu ngeba sibasaphila if le condom ngempela ibiphethwe and isetshenziswa. So right here, I'm here to address the resolutions. And starting with the Office of the Premier, we have noted that the report of the Premier lacks involvement and consultation of the sex work sector. Usisi usitshelile wathi, why nisigqibela? Why nikhuluma izinto singekho? Hence we say nothing about us without us. So sicela uconsult. There is no clear separation between implementers and the sector. Ama-implementers wazi, i-sectors yazi, but sonke sikhuluma nge-sex work la. So sicela ama-implementers masikhuluma nge-sex work abe khona in the front line. And sicela i-sector ikhulume na ima-implementers because i-sector yiyo yaziyo ukuthi ama-sex workers akuphi nezidingo zama-sex workers. The symposium resolved that government works hand in glove with the sex work sector in response to issues affecting the sector. Asikwazi uba no healthcare ngale, sibe ne sector ngale, singakhulumi language A1. We have also noted that sex workers are stigmatized and are called derogatory terms in communities. Lel gama likaMakhosha leli, dala sililwele. Lel gama le prostitutes, dala sililwele. Ngama sex workers everywhere ngesikhathi sonke. Ngabantu abadayisa ngocansi hayi ngomzimba. Mangidayisa ngomzimba wami, by the end of the day there will be no yonela. So we are rendering a service. We have also noted that government formulate a provincial program that will raise awareness in all 11 districts of this province, because there's not enough awareness being raised, especially pertaining to sex work and sex work issues. So we need to work hand in hand with the police, with the Department of Health to raise awareness. Coming to SAPS, South African Service Police Services. Sex workers are vulnerable to criminal activities such as robbery, rape, and murder. And we want those cases to be taken seriously and not to be shoved under the carpet because it's an unknown yonela ongumakhosha laphayana yekele. We want our cases to be taken seriously by SAPS. When we come to the police station, it is our human right to open that case and for that case to be investigated. We are looking at structures of crime prevention that must educate about sex work. So when we are talking crime prevention, sex work must be there because sex workers are the ones that are mostly being violated by people sitting on the side of the road. But because they are not the soft target, and they are the ones that go and commit the crimes against sex workers. But makbosha sex work. We also would like that SAPS, together with the Community Police Forum, increase visibility for the safety of sex workers. I would say sex worker mayibona iphoyisa mele igijime qhawuke kwayikwai. Sikhathele leyo nto. Asafuna ugijimiswa amaphoyisa thina nalaba be-CPF because they are there to protect us. Hayi ukuthi basigijimise. I'm only a criminal once you see me with my client conducting the business. But mangizihambele emgaqweni laphayana nekwayikwai lama ngisoyi criminal because it is the activity that is criminalized, not me. The symposium has resolved that SAPS treats sex workers as equal members of the community and that must be serviced. Going to the Department of Social Development, we are noting that a high rate of drug use among sex workers to an extent of smoking ARVs and stealing instead of taking them as chronic medication. We are having a social issue, and that is leading to the abuse of substances. We're also noting that there's an increase in the number of underage people engaging in sex work. The legal age to engage in sex work is 18 years. Anything younger than that, you are not a sex worker. You have no business conducting sex work, or even calling yourself a sex worker for that matter. And as we can see here, there's no person who is under the age of 18 here. Everyone here is old, but we are finding children on the street. And we would like DSD to please address that urgently. Noting to the Department of Health that sex workers are exposed to unhygienic working conditions. Hence, the high prevalence of STIs in a lot of our members. Because of our inhumane working conditions, the spread of other diseases are also prevalent. And we are catching diseases such as TB because we are working in such dirty conditions, and we are afraid of coming to the clinic for treatment because of the stigma and discrimination at those healthcare facilities. And that too is our human right. We want access to healthcare, not compromised. Because if we cannot go to the healthcare facility because of the stigma and discrimination which we face there, there's going to be more deaths. And we are here to curb the spread of HIV and TB. And you cannot talk about HIV, TB without talking about STI. Those three are family, and you cannot separate them. And then we come to the Chapter 9 institutions that the Human Rights Commission and Commission for Gender Equality have mandates and programs for sex workers. And we are not seeing that. It's only in paper, but not in practice. When we are talking gender equity, we are talking access to financial freedom. Hence, we have sex workers, because women are being sex workers so that they can be financially free. And we demand that gender equity from the Commission is observed, and that the Human Rights Commission protects our rights as sex workers too. And I thank you.
Siyabonga kakhulu Yonela for ama resolutions ale symposium ka 2023. Siyakholwa ukuthi ke uma sesiphinde sihlangana there will be areas esesireporta ngawo ukuthi sekwenzekile ukuthi here are the challenges. Hence even namhlanje kukhona esesithi khona la sisuke khona futhi together siyabona ukuthi khona la esiya khona. Mhlambe without any further ado asicele a vote of thanks. Sizocela uChief Whip weSishayamthetho Honorable JS Nxumalo ukuthi azosibongela. Mkhatshwa.
No, sibonge kakhulu Program Director Honorable Zulu Mageba. Sibingelele bonke abahlonishwa bakhona namhlanje kulo mhlangano omhle kangaka. Phakathi kwethu lana besino Honorable Premier Nomusa Dube Ncube uxolisile wahamba besino honorable speaker udadewethu uNontembeko Boys naye osebuye waphuthuma enye indlela sino honorable deputy speaker okhona onathi ubaba uMvelase sibe no honorable Mavimbela Mageba chair of chairs usekhona unathi sibe nabahlonishwa bakhona ama honorable members ngiyambona umhlonishwa honorable Umtshali no honorable Swatboy ngibonile futhi u honorable Mageba ngemumva siyambona ukhona sibingelele indaba ezitha Mageba Buthelezi bese kuba khona honorable Nkwanyana bekukhona no honorable Udonge usephumile honorable Chiliza sinibingelele nonke ama delegates akhona abefundisi abamele iminyango ehlukene uhulumeni sibingelele namakhansela akhona akademela umkhandlu idistrict umgungundlovu nomkhandlu Msunduzi sibingelele nonobhala wethu secretary Miss Naidu nabo bonke abakhona kulo mhlangano omhle kangako nabamela umbutho wezokuphepha senibingelele nosingayike namhlanje ama delegates sanibonana funa ngithi sanibonani makhosazana kodwa ke ngibonile khona nezinsizwa good afternoon sir thank you so much cha angisho ukuthi wami umsebenzi mfishane kakhulu ukuba ngizobonga ukona konke sekwenzekile kusukela ekseni namhlanje kuze kuzofika manje ukuba nomhlangano umhle kangaka sibonge kakhulu ioffice lika Somlomo uhonorable Nteboys uspeaker no honorable Mthembu okuyibona basihlanganisile namhlanje ebengathi bengabi into enhle ukuba ioffice lika speaker silishayele likhulu ihlombe ngokusihlanganisa kulomhlangano sibonge kakhulu Mvelase ngezinkulumo ezinhle ezakhayo enisinikeze zona namhlanje ezinohlonze sikuzwile Mvelase ukhuluma kakhulu ngalolu daba esihlangene ngalo labafowethu nodadewethu abenza lo msebenzi we-sex work salalela futhi inkulumo ebekwe uPremier wethu uNzwakele naye khuluma egameni likahulumeni kanjalo saphinda futhi ke sathola izothulo ezenziwa ama delegates avela emkhwandlweni noma komasipala abahlukahlukene sabeka futhi sathola futhi ke nenkulumo ezivele kuma section 9 institutions njenge Commission of Gender and the Human Rights Commission nabanye ababekile benza ama presentation kodwa sibonge kakhulu izinkulumo enizibekile as delegates sizwile kakhulu ukuhlukumezeka enihlangabezana nako la ngaphandle esithembayo ukuthi njengoba bekhona nabezomthetho nabo bake baphawula bazizwele ukuthi mhlawumbe nabo bazokwazi ukuba basilekelele ukuba kuphele lokuhlukumezeka esikuzwayo okwenzakalayo uma ngabe nenza lo msebenzi kodwa siyabonga futhi nenhlelo eziqhamuke nabakwa health iDepartment of Health ezithulwe udadewethu lapha nazo esizibona zosilekelela ukuthi nikwazi ukuba nithole usizo ngendlela efanelekile mhlambe ke sengibonge bonke abakhona sengihlala phansi Angisho kodwa Honorable Deputy Speaker ukuthi njoba sinibonga njenge office lika Speaker nenze into ebalulekile ukuthi sithi nakuba ingakabi khona legislation egunyaza ukuba kwenziwe lo msebenzi kodwa ioffice lika Speaker through its wisdom lakubona kubalulekile ukuthi awube khona umhlangano ofana nalo obizwa nge-Symposium yama-sex workers sizokhuluma ngalezi zinto sibone ukuthi si-addressa kanjani njengohulumeni going forward ngoba nakuba umthetho ungakabi khona kodwa iqiniso elikhona elokuthi bakhona abantu abenza lo msebenzi nanokuthi sinilekelela kanjani ukuthi lezi inkinga enihlangabezana nazo manisebenza ziphele lana okuhlukumezeka esukuzwayo nako kuphele. It was very much touching masizwa kade bekhuluma la ngaphambili ukuthi manenza lo msebenzi nihlukumezeka kangakanani nanokuthi nangena kanjani kulo msebenzi. Omunye umuntu engakuthatha ngazuthi kwaba into elula kanti izimo ngenxa yokuthi ezweni lakithi amathuba emisebenzi ayashoda njalo njalo egcineni momzali unengane nawe ingane ibheke wena emehlweni ukuthi lalidlile and bese kuphoqa ukuthi ke njengomuntu wesifazane ugcina ubone ukuthi wenza kanjani ukuthi le ekhaya sikwazi ukuba sikwazi ukuphilisa. Manje kufanele nathi sonke sibe nayo lo understanding yokuthi akukona njengoba odadewethu nabafowethu bethanda ukuba bangena kulo msebenzi kodwa kwaba izimo zempilo ekuhlaleni ngenxa yokushoda kwamathuba emisebenzi. Kodwa ke iqiniso elikhona ilokuthi ke sebekhona ke phela kule industry asibahloniphe sibanikeze indawo yabo ngoba nabo bangabantu. Ngilithandile lelo gama ke nishayile ihlombe. Sibonge kakhulu angithathekile lethu bangifisa uba nginabe kakhulu ngoba umsebenzi wami ubumfishane. Sibonge umshayeli walolu hlelo program director Makeba siyabonga kakhulu ngicabanga ukuthi wenza umsebenzi omuhle ngokuthi usiqondisele lolu hlelo. I think you also need a very big round of applause for that. Asamileke siyaqhubeka kusho ukuthi ke sekuyi annual program njalo ngonyaka sohlangana kanje sizoxoxa sibone iprogress njengoba kade sithola i-report kade beka udadewethu okhulumela egcineni esho ukuthi iziphi izinto ezenzakalayo. Siyathemba ukuthi mhlambe kama sihlangana ngonyaka ozayo ngo-2024 kuzoba sekukhona umehluko ne-improvement kwizimo enisebenza ngaphansi kwazo. Kodwa kubalulekile ilokhu ukuthi sinihloniphe nabantu banihloniphe bazi ukuthi nikulo msebenzi ngoba egcineni kosuku nani efuna nikwazi ukuba niphile kanjalo nemindeni yenu. Siyacela ke nasemaphoyiseni umbutho ukhona njengoba nikhona nizwele bafowethu asibambisaneni nje siboneni ukuthi lesimo sisihlengihlengisa kanjani sivikele odadewethu nabafowethu abakule industry ngoba nabo bangabantu. Ibe nosuku olumnandi nihambe kahle mabe sesihlukana. Siyabonga.
Siyabonga kakhulu. Sifisa ungena kuma announcements. Kodwa prep team, thank you so much. Nokwanda and others. Siyabonga. Ngiyafisa ukubonga also support kaMfundo Dlamini. Siyabonga. Sifisa masiqeda la sizophuma siwelele ngaphesheya esishaya umthetho. Sicela ukuthi siwele sonke silapho esizothola khona okokubamba umoya. Futhi ngamanye amazwi umcimbi wokudlula ngasekhaya. Siyathemba ke sizoba nohambo oluphephile sibuyela emakhaya. Siyamkhola uJehova womusa ukuthi uzosihlenga. Angicele ngoba besicelile ukuthi sivule ngomthandazo, but obviously not discriminating ezinye izinkolo. In the interest of time sivulile ngosihlanganisa sonke Kodwa ke asicele ubaba umfundisi uNondaba uBishop uNondaba ukuthi asivalele luqe.
Masibamba amehlo. Baba ocebileyo isenko sethu Jesu Kristu nangale mini baba oyingcwele siyabonga baba olungileyo nanku umhlangano ohlelwe ilegislature yaKwaZulu-Natal baba oyingcwele siyanxusa Thixo olungileyo bankosi usiphe iwisdom baba onamandla kuzo zonke izinhlaka baba olungileyo ezenza ukuthi lo mcimbi ube impumelelo sikhulela Nkosi nale symposium Nkosi olungileyo ama sex workers baba olungileyo bankosi usiphe Nkosi olungileyo ubuchule baba onamandla uvela kwenu ezulwini uba Nkosi kuba khona Nkosi olungileyo ama resolution azoba nempumelelo abantwana bakho bakwazi Nkosi olungileyo ukuphumelela Thixo olungileyo bakwazi Nkosi namandla ukuthi izifiso zabo zibe impumelelo Thixo olungileyo senzeke sisebenze baba onamandla ngokubambisana sonke baba olungileyo nezinhlaka zonke baba olungileyo sibonga Nkosi nabahlelelo mhlangano uba Nkosi uphinde ubaphe ubuchule baba onamandla newisdom owayinikeza uSolomon Thixo olungileyo siphe Nkosi noma sesiphuma la kuleli gumbi esikulona Thixo olungileyo siye kumakhaya ngamakhaya uhambe nathi Nkosi namali kwindlela zonke njengoba usigcinile sikwazile ukufika kule ndawo sikhulela Nkosi nama refreshments baba onamandla sesiwatholile ekseni singena namanje baba onamandla siyakhulekela bankosi angcolise uba Nkosi sizowafaka Nkosi eziswini zethu iba nathi sonke ngamunye usibusise Nkosi namakhaya ezivela kuona ukuze ubuye na Kristu olungileyo uthi udumo malube kuwena Jehova namanje naphakade amen.
Siyabonga sesingakhululeka.